main page. Let's give a round of applause. A round of applause to you. It's a great day today. Conferences like this one are extremely important. Today we'll be hearing this word that is relevant, it's timely, because indeed all the topics are very important and relevant today. So now I'm happy to invite the Executive Director of the Media Development Foundation to the stage, Eugene Zaslavskyi, the Editor-in-Chief of Ukrainska Pravda, Sevgil Musaeva. They will be saying lots of interesting, timely and relevant information. Greetings. Hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you. I'm so happy to see you here. There are so many familiar faces. Thanks. I'm really happy that you arrived at the conference is underway. You know, it takes a lot of effort to organize stuff, to bring you all together, to compile a cool agenda, to get all the speakers together. You know how hard it is to plan things now. So I'm happy that, yeah, here we are. And thanks to American Embassy. This year, just like last year, they supported us. They've been supporting lots of our projects. Thanks to US Embassy. I wanted to say a few words. Last year, we came together here. We spoke about the role of journalism during war, when there's new ethics. We started using different wordings. We started saying different things. We needed to discuss the new realities with certain ambition. Journalism has a certain role at war. It has to defend some things. It has to tell the truth. It has to reflect what's going on. We are the last rear guard in the understanding of what's happening at the front line. I remember from this stage last year we've been comparing two different counteroffensives, Kharkiv and Kherson, and then we said that why we don't have enough access. But this year we've seen that, well, there's not much access anywhere to the front line. This year has been a year of exaggerated expectations. I remember how we were complaining, how come Western journalists don't understand something, or they don't publish latest updates about Ukraine. How can they be tired? What does it mean? Fatigue from Ukraine. How can they afford being fatigued? Well, now we know how it is. Not getting help for half a year, and what are the consequences for the front line. We've spoken a lot about how difficult it is to come here to Bucha, to cover the events here. It was difficult, but it was important to visit the deoccupied territories, telling stories of people who survived. And we understand. We understand that this is the experience that must be discussed, must be raised to the surface. We've had lots of hopes last year. The expectations of the counteroffensive, me and Andriy Dekhtarenko, we've been saying how we'll be just walking down the streets of Luhansk. I didn't fully believe, but it felt so pleasant to talk about that. We've had so many dreams about the occupation, so many dreams about washing your feet in the Black Sea and the Crimean shore. And it kind of seems criticizing that we've had these exaggerated expectations last year, but it's important. I didn't understand it back then. It's faith. It's objective. If we don't have an objective, we cannot plan. we cannot plan the way to achieve this objective. That's why I think it's super important now to have you, because we need to have the information about the starting point, about where we are now, then we can plan. So if we don't have the incoming data from the reporters, we'll keep pulling the blanket to different sides. So you are doing the most important role now. You give us understanding what exactly is going on in the country. This gives us data. And then every person can plan. And I'm sure it helps, because altogether they bring confidence to the whole country. So thank you for covering what happens in Odessa. We have two medias here. We have Gvara and Mediaport. Thank you for covering what's happening in Kharkiv. The video department really was launched by intent. Ukrainska Pravda launched a video section too, and it's great. And this year we've seen that you can do fantastic things. And this year, Denis Bihus, fighting back the security service. Just kudos. It's inspiring. It's inspiring. With his example, he has shown that it is possible, that one can do this, and anyone can do this. Like Nikolov fought back from the attacks on him. I've seen these examples when so many reporters came together to show that no, attacks on investigative reporters should not be happening in this country. And it is the reason why we've selected this topic, because we want to highlight that journalism now is as if what's the better word? It's under pressure from different sides. We need to fight at different flanks, even though we want to be sure that at least our ear is covered. Yeah, so this is the goal of this conference, to highlight the most important events which had happened and to give each other understanding. Not even to give understanding, but to highlight what's going on and to talk about this. The previous event, for me, was very remarkable because it was very sincere. And this is the emotion I would like the panelists to share, so that they would be speaking what they want to say, what they need to say, so that we are all on the same wavelengths.
Hello, dear friends. Well, Yevgen has told already everything, so I would like to tell a bit why we are creating this event and why we have chosen this place. Yes, of course, it's about the memory. And in spite of the fact that this is the memory which dates back 2 years ago, and this is still a fresh wound, it's important not to forget. You know, when I was going here today to Bucha, I was constantly thinking about two things. First of all, how close the Russians were to Kyiv, to the capital. When you are going to Bucha, you understand that very well. And the second point, what I was thinking about, how the life is overcoming death and how the life is fighting back the death for each meter. Because I do remember Bucha after the occupation. I really remember Bucha last year, and now this is the city and the place which comes back to normal life. 492 victims, 492 people died in Bucha. There is a story which I'd like to tell you. Just imagine that you are 69 years old, and the majority of your life you've been trying to create the house of your dream. And the best place on earth for you is your house at the crossroads of Vodoprovidna and Yablonska streets. You can see how the blue fir tree is growing, which was planted 15 years ago. And in the beginning of 2022, finally, you, in fact, finalized the repairment works in this house of dreams. And after the 24th of February, in spite of the requests of your children and begging of your children, you decided not to leave this place. And then several Russians came to your yard and killed you with a headshot. This was the story of the father of our colleague, Valery Kizilov, who was shot by Russians in Bucha in the beginning of March 2022. So I do remember that in the working chat I was just asking, Evgeny, how is your family? And he answered in a very short way, not well, my father was killed. And unfortunately we had to discuss the news from that moment on, because now, living during the war, we cannot live through it to its full extent. More than 110,000 of cases of war crimes have been registered today officially by the Prosecutor General Office. It's obvious that not a single national system is capable to investigate such a number of crimes. So even now, telling about these crimes, we already understand that unfortunately the people who committed these crimes will not be targetedly punished. But we still, as journalists, need to tell about those stories. And I, as a journalist and as a person today, as a human being, I'd like to tell one more personal story. Because this war, you know, it is about us. And it is about... I'm sure that every single of the presentees had either a relative or an acquaintance who died at this war. In the beginning of this war, my colleague, Brent Renaud, died. He perished because we were students together at the Harvard University. He was shot not far from here, 5 kilometers from here, in Irpin. And when I was going here today, I was thinking about that as well, because this was the first time when I decided to come here only in half a year of the where I could find bravery to come here only in half a year after this event. I would like to tell you about 3 lessons which I started after this death, which will be definitely useful for you as the journalists and as the human beings as well. First of all, it turned out that I needed to inform about this piece of news to my sister first, who was a girlfriend of Brent. And as a journalist, you know, I will never have the same attitude to the news as I used to have before. Because when you are informing about the death of a beloved person to your closed person, you always have to be sure, for 100% you should be confident that it is true. And it was hard for me at the moment. You know, I made calls to the police officer who was looking at Brent's body and said, "Are you sure that he is dead?" And he said, "Yes, he's not breathing. We registered his death 20 minutes ago." And I said, "But you understand that I need to inform my sister about that now." So I'd like us to have the same attitude to each piece of news, to each story which we are producing. We should be confident for 100%. The second lesson, do not forget about your security. It turned out that Brent and Juan had this trip, and they drove really quickly. They were not thinking about safety. They had the armored vests, but they didn't have helmets. So Brent died because he had a headshot. If he had a helmet, he could have survived. My other groupmate who was with him, Juan, lived through 9 surgeries, and still now he has a limp because this trauma still is there. So I do remember that when we organized his evacuation from Kiev, and even in the hospital in Lviv, when we brought him for the first surgery, he told me that and the guys were coming here to tell the story about Ukrainian refugees, about the women who are collecting all the belongings of their children and leaving the country, fleeing just to save themselves. So they wanted to get to the center of Irpin and to tell about the whole way of the refugee. So Juan told me that after this wound, injury, he was on the train in the evacuation carriage, and close to him there were the same women, Ukrainian women with children, who were evacuated and who were singing Ukrainian songs. And Juan was just lying down there and he couldn't do anything. He couldn't make a shot. He couldn't create any footage because he was wounded, because he didn't have a camera on him. So the story and the lesson is that we should always, dear friends, we should always be able to tell the most important story. Please think about that, remember about that, because we are the eyes, we are the voice. And somehow we are also the soul of this war. Thank you so much. And I ask you to commemorate the memory of all the people who perished in this war with a minute of silence. Thank you so much. I still cannot help telling how beautiful is the singing of the birds in this place, where 2 years ago there was one of the most horrible tragedies of the war. Sasha, I'm giving back the floor to you. It's hard to say something after that, thank you. I instantly remembered my own way of comeback after the occupation. The first days when we had foreign journalists who were invited here, I had lots of Ukrainian journalists who assisted them and helped to collect the data. So as for the park, here in this park, we have the football club, in fact, base, Obolon Kyiv. I was the first to go to that football premises, and there were in fact the occupants and the unexploded mines. I was even making pictures. So this is about the instant registering and documenting of whatever you see. As for the documenting and the impact of the war onto the journalism, we'll be speaking about that a lot. And now I would like to invite to the stage Deputy Head of the Representative Office of the European Union of Ukraine, Rémi Duflot, so as he could tell a couple of words to all of you. Rémi? Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, good morning.
Greetings to you because you made it to this wonderful place today. And thank you very much to the organizers. First of all, for choosing this place. It is symbolic, it is important, but it is also extremely pleasant. And we are very lucky to be here today, alive, working in these conditions. I think Sevgil, in her emotional speech, she reminded us of the environment in which journalists work in Ukraine. And I want, therefore, to start by reminding of their courage, but also of the incredible value of the work that they are doing, together with media workers, cameramen and others, to show what this war is and what Russia's actions in Ukraine are about. It's important, particularly today, when there is so much information about war, so much conflict in the world, to continue showing the truth about what is happening here. And we are very happy as European Union, and let me remind what European Union is. Europe goes from Lisbon to Luhansk. This is what we're talking about. We are very happy as representative of that Europe to be supporting Ukrainian media in the difficult work that they are doing at this phase of the history and of your country's history. Just a week ago, on the World Press Freedom Day, you remember it, we honored the 79 journalists and media workers killed during this war. And I want to say again that their work is essential. It shows the true nature of Russia and of its actions. We recognize at the same time that it's a pleasure to work with Ukraine because you have an incredibly active and lively civic space and a remarkable diversity in the sphere of media. You have a media landscape that was considerably changed and improved after Maidan, and this is an asset that is of incredible value, particularly when the country is at war and democracy is under threat. So, at the same time, we know that the conditions are difficult today. The collapse of the digital advertising market, for instance, in the past 2 years, has added to the wartime difficulties. And independent media and regional outlets, with whom we work a lot, we know that they are increasingly relying on donor, aid, and crowdfunding. So it's a difficult situation. And yet, congratulations, Ukraine has moved up 18 positions to the 61st position in the world ranking of the last Reporters Without Borders freedom of speech ranking. And that was since last year. If we look at 2022, in 2 years, you have climbed up 45 positions. That's just remarkable. So congratulations on that. And against this background, I want just to make a few points. First of all, freedom of speech, media freedom are a vital pillar of our concept of European democracy. It is very timely to remind this because we are on the 10th of May. Yesterday was Europe Day, the day when the European construction started to be done, started in, well, not in Lisbon, but in Paris. And now we are starting from Lisbon and we are moving east, and we hope to finish that by 2030. So this is the reason why we, European Union, we are supporting as much as we can the key elements of the media landscape in Ukraine so as to give democracy a better chance to thrive, to survive, and to live during wartime. What has been achieved since Maidan, what has been achieved with the law on media in December 2022, has to be protected. And it's not only your responsibility, it's also, to some extent, our responsibility to ensure that you can do that work. At the same time, we keep reminding our partners in the government that media freedom is an important condition for Ukraine's accession to the European Union. And therefore, we follow this issue very closely, and we have involved our partners in the G7 group of countries so that we can follow that together as a group and make the point, demonstrate the attention that we pay to your work, to your safety, and to your working conditions. Of course, we took note of the recent cases of harassment. They were mentioned in Evgen's speech about famous cases, Yuri Nikolov, Bihu.info, Slidstvo.Info. We are monitoring this case very closely and raising them in our dialogue with the authorities. We had recently a dialogue on human rights, and this case is featured prominently in it. Now, in terms of what we are doing with supporting the media, I want to say that we have been growing our support, although, budgets are shrinking everywhere in the world, including for us, but we have increased our budget for supporting the media. We are now managing a portfolio of about 15 million euros. Well, the figure doesn't mean a lot. What counts is what we are doing, and we are really trying to do as much as possible in the regions. We believe very much in local journalism, in high quality, local information. And of course, we are doing a lot of, or at least the most we can do, to support the public broadcaster, Suspilne, who have been starting working with it in 2006, since the creation after Maidan. And it has been a long way. We are now working a lot on digitalization aspects, but we worked also very initially on even creating a newsroom for the channel. And we hope very much that it will be able to continue on its positive trend. If I look at public trust figures, we increased from 60% 2020 to 86% last year. This is just a sign of quality, high quality. And we'll continue financing this. And of course, we are already doing a lot of work against disinformation. It's a shared challenge, the joint challenge of the European Union and Ukraine, who are all under attack by Russia and other undemocratic entities. And it is important that we join forces in combating this. We will continue to support the free media in Ukraine, because diversity and independence of media is one of your hard-won gains. It's also one of the reasons to hope that during and after the war, Ukraine will remain a thriving democracy. Thank you very much. And I want to say, again, big thanks to the organizers, because the 4 subjects, the 4 panels, I'm sure are going to be extremely interesting. They are really touching upon essential issues for your work, but also for us as supporters of what you are doing here. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. And now there will be a standard phrase. Please look at the screen. We will now see the person who said a very cool phrase, which in fact is in my list of tattoos on my body. Our freedom depends on the freedom of press. So now you will hear the speech of the Director General of the International Committee of Journalism Protection, Jodie Ginsberg. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Jodie Ginsberg, and on behalf of the Committee to Protect Journalists, I am honoured to speak to you today. You meet in Bucha just a week after the world marked World Press Freedom Day, a day that should be one of celebration, a day where we uplift those who speak truth to power, expose wrongdoing, and who challenge injustice. Sadly, though, a day of celebration was largely a day of mourning, one in which we mark the death of so many colleagues, the arrest and detention of so many more, and the continued harassment and attacks on journalists across the world. I know these challenges are felt particularly acutely in Ukraine. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia 2 years ago, and in some parts of the country for far longer, you have been covering a war through which you are living. That's a challenge for even the most seasoned of war correspondents, but it is an even greater one for those who have become war correspondents not by choice, but by necessity, and have to cover the loss of their own loved ones, their own families, their own colleagues, as you have been doing here in Ukraine and in Bucha, and as our colleagues have been doing in Gaza for the past 8 months. But to talk of war is to fail to tell the whole story. Because I know that while you continue to cover the war and its impacts, you also continue to try to cover Ukraine as you did before the war, to investigate corruption, to ask questions of your political and military leaders. In other words, to do your jobs. To do that at a time of war is a burden that few journalists, certainly in the West, have had to bear in recent times. But it is essential work. You are doing essential work. Your work matters. It matters now for the people of Ukraine, and it matters for the future, when the evidence you gather through your photos, through your videos, through your reports, will enable justice to be served against those responsible for war crimes and those responsible for criminal acts committed in the shadow of war. I know how hard it can be to see that light at the end of the tunnel. I know from having spoken to many of you the mental burden of continuing to report in such circumstances, and that burden is acute. But what I also know from 40 years of work done by the Committee to Protect Journalists is that the work of journalists, independent journalists, reporting as you do without fear and favour, can help bring about change. You alert the world to your realities. You empower readers and audiences at home. And you provide a record that paves a path to eventual reconciliation. Assaults on journalism are assaults on the truth. But no matter how hard our opponents try to stifle us, no matter how hard they seek to silence the messenger and the message, the truth will always surface. I want to pay tribute to you, to our dear friends at Ukrainska Pravda and the Media Development Foundation on the occasion of this conference in Bucha, where you are already transforming a scene of horrors to one of honourable action. I wish you all strength for the work ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, we concur. So, now we start the very main part. We start panel 1 on journalism, on investigative journalism at war, and the moderator is Sevgil Musaeva. The mic, is it on? Yeah. Thank you. I'm happy now to invite the panelists. Actually, I think this is the case when they need no introduction. But still, let me introduce them. Anastasia Stanko, the editor-in-chief of Slidstvo.Info. Denis Bihus, the CEO of Bihus.Info. Mikhailo Tkach, the head of the investigative section at Ukrainska Pravda. The founder of Nashi Hroshi project, Yuri Nikolov. And the editor-in-chief of Четверта Vlada, the Fourth Estate, Volodymyr Torbich. Friends, how are you? Mikhailo came here just in the middle of the night. I was worried if he can make it for the conference. Yeah, I'm happy he did it. It was difficult to collect all the panelists here at the stage at one time, but we did it. So the panel is called The Situation with Investigative Reporting During War. Let's figure out what's happening. Can you summarize it with one word? What's the first word that comes up to mind? Nastya. Well, still interesting, in 2 words. Still interesting. Okay, Denis? Should it be a polite word? You can use the impolite. Yeah, I'll hold my horses. More difficult. Not because it's heavier, but it's more complicated, I would say. I think responsibility is the main word now. I can briefly explain. Responsibility, not just for the stories we publish, or whether we're objective or not, but responsibility, like in the beginning of the invasion, we said that lots of bad processes are happening and they affect the country, especially during the war. So you have this sense of responsibility. Every time when you hear some new information, when you see some new facts, I think this is the key, responsibility. Thank you, Yuri. We keep on working. People who want to work, they can work. I have 2 words. Still stealing. They still steal. Okay. Still interesting, more complicated, responsibility, we're working, they're still stealing. Okay, let me start with the last item. They're still stealing. It's important. This was an important line in the beginning of the invasion when all the investigative reporters sent all their efforts to helping investigating Russia's war crimes. We did that. We were covering what's been happening, because when you see the dead civilians during the full-scale war, you can't cover anything else. And I remember this moment in Ukrainska Pravda when we understood that they're still stealing. This was in late May 2022, and we understood that we have to get back to investigations. So this was a tipping point, and I would like to discuss it. What, for you, became the line when you understood that, yeah, we continue covering war crimes, but we also need to do the anti-corruption investigations? Nastya. I remember that in December of 2023, we published a strong investigation on how millions of hryvnias were embezzled on humanitarian aid, and Ministry of Social Policies were implicated. But even in summer 2023, we did smaller stories about corruption. So I would say that it happened probably in summer 2023. Denis. Look, I can assess things retrospectively. I can say late spring, summer 2023, so 1 year into the invasion. How come? Do you remember? It's not that I don't remember once again, I can only assess things retrospectively, but I think we all will be saying the same thing. This is the story that at some moment this primary shock, it passes, you look around and you understand that many things which you thought would disappear forever, or at least would be put on hold, and maybe they weren't put on hold, but you hoped so, they became the reality again. Like, they're still stealing, in some sense. Like, it's still around. And then you just wait for a few months probably to become aware, and maybe have some internal discussion like, what I do now, why is it still happening, and then you just accept. Okay, if this is how things are, we get back to work. Mikhailo? For us, it certainly has been late summer 2023 when we also started hearing, and yeah, also in the beginning we've had this feeling that things cannot be the way they used to be before the invasion. So I have to switch to something else. I will not be doing the investigative journalism. It was hard to believe that I will have to. And then in summer 2023 we started hearing about facts. There were discussions about it in the newsroom. What do we do? What's our responsibility? Responsibility to the society at this time. In parallel, our friends died at war, and I remember very well Felix Kurtanich and Alex Podilsky. They helped us before the invasion, and we did a small film in memoriam. And before the invasion, he was helping us film the house of Medvedchuk, the estate of Medvedchuk. A regular drone would not be able to do it. So he helped us with the big drone, but then they overridden it, but he managed to take it back. He filmed this estate. He died. And then I was editing this film in summer 2022, and I was recording a comment from his father. His father died actually recently. His heart stopped. So I was talking to his father, and the father, at the end of the commentary, started crying, and he said, what really matters for me, so that the death of my son is not in vain. So throughout all this time, since that moment, this has been a very important phrase for me. It's stuck in my head. It will be in my head always. We must do as much as possible so that this is not in vain. So that the facts we started covering in autumn 2022, and actually many people in the country now are doing a lot that it actually had been in vain. So we did many of these stories about this fitness coach with Riznichenko, then about Kirill Timoshenko, then Halimon the MP, one of the first stories about the MPs who bought an estate in the center of Kiev, Simonenko, Deputy Prosecutor General, and so on. So this message, which came out at a certain moment, that well, after the war, things will change. You remember, we've heard it in the beginning. I think I was there with Yuri talking about it, that yeah, after victory, maybe things change. But then quickly we understood that maybe there's no victory. If we don't start just exposing this corruption. In winter in the beginning of 2023, I published an op-ed saying that the internal enemy is winning. It's still here. We need to fight them. We need to overcome, and only in this way we can overcome this internal enemy. I even appealed to the president, and well, several protagonists of our stories, they lost their jobs. But this is how it happened in the beginning. Yuri, July 2022. We analyzed the sanctions on Russians. We've been reading the Russian press, and we studied the feedback. Oh, like the milk is gone off the shelves, or something. So one insider from Ukrainian railroads, an old source, pre-invasion, he said, Yuri, while you're doing that, Artem Shilo is now on the financial flows. So I'm saying, okay, this is interesting, but where can I see this? Give me something. He says, well, you have to follow. There are these tenders, you need to monitor the tenders. So we started reading, and yeah, we saw Artem Shilo is there. So then I thought, okay, I need to look about my favorite cartel. I looked at e-data. There was this interesting company, this fitness coach of Reznichenko, as Misha found it out. She got 10 times more than my favorite cartels. Remember when I published that story? I said, okay, cartel, you'll be jealous because there's this another company. And then Mikhailo in Scheme, he published his story. So for me, that was the point. And finally, we get back to regular work. We start putting pressure. And this was the moment when Kharkiv region was liberated, late summer. We started thinking about Kherson, and then these eggs in the Ministry of Defense, the price raised from 5 to 10 hryvnias, then in a few months it came up to 17. So they still steal, but for me, back then, it was this moment like, maybe they understood that, oh, Arestovich said that we'll win in a few weeks, so we can keep stealing. This is probably what they thought. The timeline for me is the same as the colleagues, but in general, when Russians withdrew from Kiev regions, the registers were closed, and many people understood that, well, it's a very convenient time to steal. So they decided they could steal because there's martial law, so they can withhold information. I have a small comment to Yuri. The colleagues were working, but as everyone, we just focused on identifying Russian criminals because we thought that that is the most important. So some of our stories and colleagues' stories, they are now parts of criminal cases, so there are court verdicts. So we thought that that is what matters, and we also hoped that, okay, victory is coming soon and we'll get back to normal life. But no, it didn't happen. Yeah, I would say that our first investigations came out in the autumn 2022, and in the beginning of 2023 this famous story about the 17 hryvnias per egg and the hyped prices for the food for the military. So we spoke about accountability and exposing corruption. I would like to note that still the reporters are trying to affect the changes in the country positively. And after that investigations and after the investigations of Bucha, indeed some people lost their jobs. The anti-corruption council at the Ministry of Defense was launched, and it helped save 4 billion hryvnias, and now it's already 7 billion the procurement for the army. So we mentioned some positive changes. So my question to you: we all know about those sackings like Kirilo Tymoshenko, but from your cases in these 2 years of the full-scale invasion, could you highlight the most investigation in these 2 years? Nastya. Something that affected the situation in Kiev. I would say the story with the SBU and Bihus and the party, but how did you call it? The training, right? The New Year training session. This really was very impactful for the country. This has shown that, well, they are so bold, they don't learn anything. The security service, I think everyone was quite terrified how stupid they are. But if you talk about positive changes, I mean, whether, unfortunately, they don't learn. We can talk about it later, but I have this negative attitude. Like, now, whoever is exposed, they are just sent to the front line. In our case, there was this General Vityuk, who was the head of cybersecurity department. So, him being at the front line, even if they really are, how is it linked in terms of causality? So instead of accountability, instead of punishment, they just send them to the front line, which is a very bad sign from the government. So front line equals revenge, front line equals punishment. So it's not an honor to fight for the country. This is a punishment for the corruptioners, and this is a very bad story. And this will, and it already has, some bad repercussions when you look at the mobilization and so on. But yeah, we'll talk about it more later.
Denis? Well, honestly, I don't know. If we are speaking about the really positive impact, I don't think that there will be any maximum positive impact, considering that just in a month... No, I was just writing to Denise, and Denise told me, well, life never taught them anything. Yes, they were never learning. Yes, I wanted just to say that we have about 24 of some liberations, sackings, sorry, thanks to our materials during the last 2 years. Is it a positive impact? Yes, it is. But how do we arrange them? And how can we have this comparison? between different sackings, what's important, what's not. I would like just to add that it has become incredibly, as it seems to me, I have my own understanding, it has become hard to understand what the sufficient positive impact is. Because maybe by some internal inertia, and maybe because I don't have any other criteria, we publish an investigation, someone was fired, then maybe, but mostly not, then yes, there will be some court proceeding, and if it works, it will be working just in about 10 years. This is the average indicator over time frame, and you're looking at all that and you think, okay, it is an impact. It was done by us, but whether it is positive, and moreover whether it is sufficient enough, it has become really harder to assess. Yesterday I promised to you that I will be the fountain of sadness and depression. Denis is telling that we are all will die. Yes, well, it is the fact. We will. We are all smiling after the phrase that we will all die. Well, even if I don't say that, we will still die. Well, I mean, we still have this positive attitude. Yes, good for you. So, in fact, what do I mean? I mean that, as for the impact, during the last half of the year, as it seems to me, we have only 5 sackings, and in fact, it is an impact definitely, it is positive of course, but we don't know whether it's sufficient, whether it is enough, whether it satisfies us, especially knowing what is really taking place. Mikhailo? Yes, tell us something good. Well, as for the impact, I agree with Denis, that rather often I'm thinking that I'm just torturing myself, that obviously, maybe, it is not enough, it is not sufficient. But this pause which we had at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, when the feeling of the top officials of being monitored and controlled just vanished, that their activity is being under monitoring and you don't need to do something bad, that feeling really quickly disappeared, though before that it was appearing for a long time. And it has become a consequence of lots of negative phenomena, which later were mentioned in these or those journalist investigations. So I can see positive, though we may say about a dozen of people fired or maybe even under arrest. But I think that the biggest importance is that we need to come back. We need to bring this feeling of accountability back to the state officials. Well, obviously, wartime foresees certain restrictions in the communications between the authorities and the people. But, and in particular, very often I hear from the people, even today when I was getting a taxi here, and the driver gave me this confidence with his words. He said that people have fewer tools, but the journalists have them, and we need to use them to bring back to earth those who have forgotten where they are, what the time is, and why they are here. So it seems to me that the importance of that, if we look at the examples, that it was important for us to say whether this communication constantly between the authorities, the EU and NATO, and we are permanently the country, the representatives of our country told that we've achieved this one and that one, we don't have corruption here or there. I used to consider, and I still think, that we need to research the presidential office, In particular, we created an investigation about Tatarov, about his property and mansion. Those are the typical story with them lower than the market value. We did it about Tatarov, Smirnov and Kirill Tymoshenko. Smirnov was recently fired, though it was a political story. Tymoshenko was fired, but now we can see that there is reincarnation of his in a different place. And as for Oleg Tatarov, at least now, we shouldn't expect for any consequences in the context of the published facts. And the military commissar, the fact from Odessa, who in the beginning of the invasion or during the first year, it seemed to me that those tickets and the paid permit to live abroad are the key moments in the defense capacity of our state. Because in particular, Russia can use that to make us weaker, to weaken us. This is the corrupt tool, which is reflected in these or those spheres. So I think that we should tell about that as much as possible. We need to drive people's attention to that. And in particular now we can see and I hear that Shlach system is not as efficient as it should be for anyone who would like to get some rest. And whatever happened with military commissariats and the reboot of this process, well, you've seen all of that. Sorry that I did not mention any positive impact. Yuri will be speaking about positive things, I'm sure. Yuri, please, positive. I have everything in figures and graphs. I understood timely that I'm not a researcher, I'm just a watchdog. So I have two reasons to bark, when there is something problematic and when there is something good. Because it's stupid not to see anything good, because it doesn't register the changes. So obviously, from the point of view of the impact, Reznikov gave us this name, the eggs of Reznikov. If he would be silent, if he were silent, this story would be about potatoes or chicken meat, but he made it about eggs. Then about Prozoro system procurement, then the launch on the new procurement institutions connected with the Ministry of Defense, and in fact this is the generator of positive news. The freshest, the most fresh one is the monopolist Talan, who give the boots, the military boots. They finally decreased the price in dollar equivalent for 15%. The contract for $1 billion of hryvnia. So it is a good piece of news. This is the fresh piece of news. So I try to support my audience and I inform my audience about once per week about such news. This is the impact of the decrease of the price is about 100 million hryvnia. This is just one story. Volodymyr, by the way, is the representative of Rivne, regional, local media. And in fact, I would like to give him a separate round of applause, because it is so hard for the investigative journalists in the regions. You can just imagine that. Yes, I am from Rivne, and we have the local media, so the impact at the level of the country should not be mentioned. But if we speak about the level of the city, I remember the story of 2022, when the Department of Economic Development procured 10 tons of fat of the unknown origin, in case if the occupiers go from Belarus and will reach Rivne. And then in this case they would fry and use the fat in the cooking. In fact, that was really weird. So the positive thing is that this the director of this department is fired and he's under court, but I am not sure, knowing our justice system, that he will really be in jail. Denis? Yes, it bothers me, so I'd like to reflect on that a bit. So the thing is that this impact, what we are speaking about, is not our impact, is not impact of ours. Let us say it in the different way. All of whatever we name impact or influence, like sacking of the people and so on, firing of the people, is still the impact of the audience request. Well, the request for justice, yes, the request of the audience for justice. Yes, what I mean is that the real impact is not measured by us finding something and telling something. The real impact is that many people have heard about that, felt that, agreed with that, and somehow they communicated about that in some form, about this consent and their request for changes. When we say that the impact is firing people, no, I just remember the story when relatively not that long ago, whatever was told by us, I would say in 2011 or 2012, we told the same stories, but nobody heard that or did not support that. Well, and this is the issue. What about the investigative journalism? During these 10 years of the history of the country, investigative journalism has become the factor of the political life and of the trust of the audience. Yes, but it is a bit about something bigger. It's about how the audience itself has changed, how the people have changed, how they have shaped this request for impact. Okay, we are in a kind of suppliers of this information, right? We are the providers of these facts, but without this request, without this demand, without this the demand for the changes and facts, there wouldn't be any impact. You know, I'm a bit admiring that, because I'm really still happy about that. I remember the times when mostly everybody didn't care, but now people care. And I'm, as a child, I'm happy about that. So I would definitely and happily give the point about the impact to the audience. It is cool. I would like to add as well to Denis's words that it is really what was the first one, the chicken or the egg, whether the audience is being brought up when time passes by, you're doing something and it seems that only several colleagues of yours are looking at that and reading that, or the audience now has the request for that. Maybe the audience has been growing and has been brought up. When you heard about, when you asked us about the investigation, let me tell about General Vituk, that our impact is that he was still fired, the president fired him, we were told that he is at the front line, and as Denis told in his materials that he doesn't have a jacket, if you remember that you don't have a jacket but you have to go to the Congress, we went through different offices with Anna Babinets to the Security Service office and so on. We apologized and people seemed to understand, and that and it will never repeat. But we know that it repeated, and they had to apologize again. Yuri would like to add something. Yes, I'd like to add some context about the impact. Before the invasion, our budget depended on the support from beyond for about 5%. So the presidential office, the parliament, and the government could always tell the loaners that they will not do anything because those who gave the loans were claiming reforms, because 5% was not that important. But now this dependency, euro-dollar support of the economy of Ukraine is about 70 to 80%. So maybe before that you could just not answer the call of some ambassador, but now they understand the phrases in English much better than Ukrainian. And where do they get the messages in Ukrainian? From us, obviously. So our impact has increased to the biggest extent, because the capacity and the power of our international voice, of our partners, has increased. That's what I really know, not just because I'm somewhere in my world of fantasy. I'm just looking at the story in the reforms of Ministry of Defense. I was working with Vitaly Shabunin and his Center of Countering Corruption, and I could see what advocacy is. If you would like to get a grant, you should know the proper wordings. So I got to know what advocacy is. And please, friends, let us use this window of opportunities until we have such support from beyond Ukraine. As soon as it stops, that's it. Our window of opportunity will be closed. We will have to rely upon the opinion of our audience only. Can I add, we were recently asked, the main pressure, how can we provide pressure onto the authorities who are doing something bad against journalists? If they don't listen to the advice, what do you do that? You can tell, we will not give you money if you don't do that and if you go on harassing journalists. It's bad as well, because we really need the money now, we all understand that. So this is the story of responsibility, what Mikhailo mentioned. And this is a very rich topic for manipulations, and our responsibility as well. But our foreign partners understand that Ukraine cannot cope without support, and it will be not appropriate to suspend it. So some of the representatives of the public authorities understand that and use that. They know that Ukraine can be left alone, so the financial support will still go on. That is why they are stealing. It seems to me it's a complicated dilemma now. If I may, in a nutshell, about Denis's words, how this request and demand for the materials exists, and you feel it wherever you are, that people understand that there are certain outcomes and results, and they would like to see them quickly. So that is why they permanently come to us and support us and speak about that. But not only the society is the only one who understands that, not only the journalists acknowledge that, but also the people who have power in their hands. And that is why, because of this acknowledgement, that maybe the only independent institution which is still working, we can see that it is working, is the journalists. That is why we can see such shameful cases like with the Biletska or any other opportunities for the, in fact, death penalty introduction and about Slidstvo.Info. Well, for instance, if you get the draft notice without the cameras to the journalist, something has happened, and it may happen not only at the front line. Is it the death penalty for something which you wrote? Well, Anastasia would answer. I would tell that I know that when you are in the army has, when you are becoming the military, there are lots of leverages still, when your state can be even deteriorating and becoming worse and worse. There used to be such cases, they still take place, and I faced that, for instance, with the characters of our materials. So yes, anything can happen. As we are speaking about countering now, that's about how we do counteraction. So the journalists should show their efficiency. You're right that the investigative journalism is one of the independent institutions. One of the MPs from the opposition recently told us that the journalists are maybe the only opposition in this country during the full-scale invasion, because the parliament has to show this unity. And there are certain cases which everybody of the present years would feel, that is the pressure and the attempts of discrediting are connected to this impact onto the audience. So in case of Bihus, this is the attempt of discrediting. In case with Nastya, Anastasia, and Slidstvo.Info and Evgeny Shugat is about the punishment, about intimidating. And in the story about Yuri Nikolov, it's about the attempts of discrediting again. But still, I would like to ask you, because for me, this is the story which they really frequently pose for me abroad. Considering all the cases which used to be, is the pressure against the journalists systematic? Secondly, whether the authorities respond sufficiently enough, and what do the journalists have to do to counter that in the journalist environment in Ukraine?
Let me note here. We've heard that Ukraine increased in the press freedom index by 18 points, and it seems good. The way I understand it, this year in Ukraine they killed less journalists than the year before. But it's still tricky, because, well, Russia has been killing reporters, Ukrainian and foreign reporters. So, well, saying that it's better press freedom now because Russia killed less reporters than the year before, it's kinda not valid, really. I think the figures we see, the cases we see, and there are many cases in the regions when the journalists are beaten up, especially when asset declarations are now public again and they start exposing local officials. We've seen attacks on reporters. So the story with the draft notice that was issued to the reporter, it's not the only story. I know that in the regions they had this, and people are just not ready to speak about it in public, because, well, for men, the stories with the drafting notices, it's ethically complicated, because we understand that protecting one's country, it's an honorable thing to do, and saying that, well, I received this drafting notice as a revenge or intimidation, well, not everyone is ready to say so. Some people are just silent that it happened. I know a newsroom where, like, they went into the newsroom, they just gave the drafting notices to all the men there, and they didn't want to be public about it, and the kind of reason is understandable. But it's an interesting way that the government now has to put pressure on the media, to intimidate people, or to take revenge. I think Denis has things to say. He had this very active facial expressions. Yeah. You see, look, if it's a matter of having the systemic pressure or not, I would say it's widespread. Sometimes it gets more intensive. I wouldn't agree that it's systematic. Maybe because my idea of what systematic means is different. But what's the best way to put it? It's like an attempt to throw a mesh over someone and see if you catch or not. Overall, I think that it's going to be worse. I'm sorry, Roma, I've stolen your phrase. Yeah, it's going to be worse. Yeah, this is how it is. The course of events in general. I don't like this term, but still, the relationship of the government and the media overall, I would say, inevitably will be worse. There'll be more tension. It just means that attempts to put pressure and to harm the media, there will be even more. But there is a good thing. At least this is the way I see it. The pressure means lack of control. And this is what we can find as a consolation, and we can use it professionally. You don't put pressure if you control it. Then, well, you don't need that. So, the pressure is an inevitable aspect. It will be there in the future, but still it's much, much better than the situation which we've seen in the history of the country. And there was no pressure because everything was under control anyway. So, pain means you're alive, you know? So, pressure means that investigative journalism is alive in Ukraine. We have 7 minutes till the end of this panel. I really would like to have a Q&A session, and we can take at least 2 questions. But before that, I would like to ask Yuri and Volodymyr to reflect whether the pressure is systemic and what do we do about it. Yeah, the pressure has been systemic half a year ago because these events which happened to all the people here, it really reminded me of the late Avakov period when, remember, there was another wave, and then it converted. We met with the G7 ambassadors and we expressed our pains, and essentially the G7, they took note of it, and now journalism is an important part of the agenda. Then the head of the SBU met the ambassadors of the G7, and after that meeting I didn't see any cases of like physical aggression or something, but I remember for sure that my case essentially is just neglected by the police. They're not even searching who ordered, who paid to those guys, even though they have all the information. But they're not doing their job, which means that there's no accountability. Just like in case of Denis, actually they were transferred not to the front line, but somewhere to a nice town. And this autocracy and the populism of the president's office, it's still there. So this story can come back to life again. Mikhailo and Volodymyr. Oh, I think in Ukraine I was one of those people who had most cases where I was a victim and the crime was impeding journalism. 8 cases, right? Maybe I lost count. In the first cases I thought, yeah, I have to make it a precedent, I have to show it so that everyone knows that you shouldn't impede journalism. Now I I don't think that we are the only examples. And I only hope that it's still not getting to the worst. And by the way, I would like to say thanks to the Regional Press Development Institute for supporting us. And now, yeah, we've heard that these different facts accumulate, and if now all the reporters at the same time start just telling all that, initially people didn't understand who will stay in their positions, who will not stay in the positions seemed to be important. So then this attempt to put pressure started, but now I think we can say quite confidently that, well, we've managed to repeal that attack, but more attacks will be coming, like the cases which Yuri mentioned. Yeah, they will not be investigated. This is how it happened in the past, this is how it is now. Hopefully things change in the future, but when we talk about the systemic nature, let me compare it to the times of Poroshenko, when the president, in some of his statements, mentioned impeding the journalism. It still was an important signal, even though he honestly didn't think it was a bad thing. Well, we were under pressure back in 2018, when our newsroom was set on fire. So, I think the journalists still must be telling what is happening. One must be telling to the society, they must talk to lawyers, and they must do their job. So they just have to keep working on. Thank you. 3 minutes. I think we have time for 2 questions, and I will take questions first, and then we'll answer both. Sorry, I'm a bit excited, as if I'm in a rock concert with all the celebrities. I agree with Yuri that now we have this window of opportunity, but I disagree with the context. In brief, please. My question is, while we have the TV as it is, we still have an opportunity to scale up. When we talk about regional media under pressure, if there was like Bichus or Ukrainska Pravda Zvonodolsk, where a young reporter goes there, so they kind of have the authority of a bigger newsroom. So my question is, can you scale up from large-scale investigations down to middle-sized investigations to kind of grow? Because you are the only hope for us in the current configuration. Thank you. Let's take one more question. Yeah, over there. Dernyuga, Mykolaiv, Nikvesti. Mikhailo Tkach said today that we need to kind of bring the politicians and officials down to reality. And Sevgil said that the journalists are the only de facto opposition. For me, it seems to be a negative factor. When there are no political preconditions for the opposition, and I understand it's difficult that now it's martial law, but still, this configuration creates the situation when regional journalists, they see how essentially any official, the head of a municipal company, they know that they will not be held accountable because the elections are not coming. The head of the administration knows that they will be in position because there will be no president's re-election. So they see, okay, there will be no competition, no political competition. So they disregard the reporting. And they think it's just funny that the asset declaration are now public again, but it will not lead to anything. So the question is, my question is, you're doing a good job, you do the investigations, but the officials think this is not important. The only thing which is important for them is a phone call from the ambassador. That might be the only influence. How do we make them respond to the reporters locally and regionally? That's a good question. It's about the regional media. Indeed, our colleagues in the regions, they see bigger challenges than we here, and we can go to this meeting with the J7 ambassadors, but regional journalists, they don't have this opportunity. The first question was about the possibility to scale up down to the regions, and secondly, understood how can we do, what can we do to make the voice of reporters heard regionally. Volodymyr perhaps can start, and if anyone else would like to speak, then we'll take the answers, and then we'll wrap down this panel because we overstepped the time. Well, in the regions. Speak up, please. Well, in our example, we can show, just keep working. Be persistent. Talk to lawyers. When our newsroom was on fire in 2018, Denis and Biletska, they spotted us. So, the regional level, well, talk to national level, it helps. Thank you. Mikhailo, you wanted to say? Yeah, Oleg had a very good question. These elections and the opposition activity, you see that there's Alexei Gocharenko, for example, and many other people who are just rebroadcasting the investigations and make some PR. So I wouldn't say that there's no opposition politics. Yeah, the elections are not coming, but still there is something. The NAPC is doing their job, NABU is opening cases. This is still there. So this is what we can count on, even though the elections are not coming. There still are repercussions, both at the national and at the regional level, and I understand that it's much more difficult to get the impact at the regional level. It's much more dangerous to be a journalist at the regional level. But I agree with Volodymyr. We just have to do our job. We just have to keep on working. We have to keep finding the information, and then naturally things will work out. Colleagues, would you like to add? I will add. We had experience of scaling up. We opened Nasze Groszy in Zaporizhzhia and in Lviv, but it's not we who went there. It's the local reporters who came to us and asked, "Can we use your name, Nasze Groszy?" For 2 newsrooms, we've allowed. We kind of shared our brand. But later we kind of wrapped it up. We didn't give the brand. So don't expect that Nasze Groszy will open any more branches. It's too much work. And I understand that it's difficult, indeed, when there's no impact. But it's about tolerance to corruption. The society must be much less tolerant to corruption. The only effective mechanism now is trying to reach the national level, reaching Bigos. Maybe Dennis will now say how to reach Bigos. Okay, I didn't expect that. Pass. Okay, in brief, scaling is impossible. For 3 years I was hoping, I thought, but I didn't see a single possibility, even in theory, how a newsroom, like a small newsroom, can scale up even to the level of regional cities. Sad, I know, but if anyone has the recipe, let me know. Give me a phone call, send me an email, I don't know. Let me know. Unfortunately, I do not imagine, even in theory, how this can be organized. At the end, I would like to say that I am reading many regional medias, and actually I read more regional media than before. Yeah, most of them are not investigative media, but we do have really good regional media. And we'll probably have a discussion, but frontline media are my personal heroes. I'd like to say thank you for keeping on working, because I think it's the most difficult job ever. So please don't give up. We all need this. I concur. Let's give a round of applause to the participants of this panel. Let's give a round of applause to all the regional media who do the investigations, who face pressure, and it's difficult to protect them. It's very difficult to protect the media in the region. So solidarity is the answer. Now we wrap up this panel and we'll have a break. Yes, and our speakers will get a small present from our partner, Nasz Format, the publishing house. And yeah, now the panel is over.
Restart our work because we are short of time, and I would like now to tell you a bit about the second panel. For me it is special as well, because it turned out that during my whole life I was living in Bucha, and after the occupation, during the first days, I was here already, and we started our journalist activity collecting information about what was taking place here. But during the same times, I remember as if it happened yesterday, we didn't have communication electricity, water, we still found time to watch YouTube reports of our colleagues, of the journalists from the front line. And it seems to me, I'm sure that many people would agree with me, that during these several years, this military journalism has just had a huge leap forward. On the one hand, it is cool. On the other hand, we shouldn't have had it. We wish it hadn't happened. And now I'd like to invite to this stage. Okay, I promised that I will tell it to her. She's a legend of the frontline reports, Anna Kalyuzhna, military journalist of Info, and she will introduce our speakers. Thank you. You offered to tell that. You did not promise to tell that. Thank you for the attention. Thank you that you're staying with us. Though I don't know how I should do that properly, I would remind you that we still have the air raid alert. And if you would like, you can go to the bomb shelter, but whoever is as stupid as we are, he or she stays with us. So let me introduce my colleagues. Please come up here because they are legends as well, and they all have a cool story of filming the war, which, as Alexander said properly, well, it would be much better if we didn't have such a story, but we have what we have. We are accomplishing our job mission while we are under the conditions of war. Today we are joined by the military reporters and press officers. This year we have a bit of discussions, but as we have the press officers who really love their job and are cooperating with the journalists, there is nothing to quarrel for. We have Bogdan Kutepov here, who is the reporter, the journalist of Ukrainska Pravda, and in the beginning of the war, together with the special unit of the police, they filmed their work at Kiev region when the Russians were staying here, and the police took part repelling the armed aggression. And later he went with a different detachment and was filming the work of the medics. The 56th Infantry Brigade, for about a year I was filming their work, of the war medics. Thank you, Bogdan, for that. And also we have Dmytro Lyhovy, who is the officer of the Department of Communications with Public of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. He's captain, and now he's the speaker. Yes, the speaker of the General Staff, as he said. Okay, let's welcome Dmytro, please. And also I'm the founder of the internet edition Novinarnya. Novinarnya is the news of Ukraine which is at war. If I hadn't been the founder, I wouldn't be the speaker of the General Staff. Yes, and he is the founder of the internet edition Novinarnya. I do apologize that I haven't mentioned that. He's our colleague, that's why he knows how important it is to do our job. Yevgenia Kitaeva, the war correspondent of Radio Freedom. She's the only one who saved the life of the soldier, and we'll speak about that later. Let's welcome Yevgenia. And also the war correspondent of Hromadske, Ksyusha Savoskina. I will explain to you. We'll also be joined by Anastasia Blishchik, the press officer of the 47th Brigade. We are now getting in touch with her. That's what you hear now. And I will welcome her as soon as we see her on the screen. So far, we have Stas Kozlyuk, who is the journalist, one of those who got Pulitzer Prize with the team of the journalists. Let us welcome Ksyusha and Stas. So look, first we would like to speak about the access, because recently we had a huge victory we achieved, and we don't know how it will be working, but still we got, and in the south we got the press officer who theoretically is possible to cooperate with. Practically we couldn't do that during the last 2 years. So together with all of the present colleagues, we signed the statement and we were heard by the military commandment, and we need to have proper access at the south. Let us now speak not only about the access at the south, where we couldn't work properly, but do we have any issues with any other access? Who would like to be the first to speak? Stas, please, you will be the first one. Okay. Well, in fact, I cannot tell much, because during the recent months I was not having many trips along the front line. And of course I was speaking about South, and Natalia Humanyuk, who prohibited our work. I heard yes only once from her when I asked her whether she hears me well. It's not a joke. That's our pain. Yes, it was our pain. I used to work in Kherson for many times, and I never went there as a journalist. I went there as a volunteer. And together with my colleagues, we hid all the documents, the cameras, we put the humanitarian aid and water and food into our trucks and whatever we could. And in fact, it was really weird, because at the checkpoint, we were allowed to get through without even checks. And I could see that the vehicles with journalists who were fully, in fact, examined. They checked their cameras and the pads in the vehicles. I think it's not a normal situation when some of the regions are affordable to achieve by anyone except the journalists. This was the situation in the south, but we'll see whether it changes soon. And while Stas has provided a bit of a context, and after Ms. Humanyuk was fired from this, in fact, position, and her trip was finally over in spite of all of our complaints, she wrote in one of her communications, "I will not put up with the jackals." So, in fact, in a couple of words, this was the communication of South during the last 2 years. I hope it will never take place like this. If you would like to see any other negative examples, but I think this experience is similar between all of us, we shouldn't delve deeper into that. The only thing I'd like to remind you, and I was always saying about that during the first day till the evening, as far as I remember, the journalists could not get to the place of the flooding after the blowing up of the Kakhovka, in fact, dam, and we had quotes of Russian war correspondents because they reported at least something, and we couldn't do anything. This was, I guess, the most negative kind of work of ours. We shouldn't forget about that in the future, because such people shouldn't deal with the communications, otherwise we'll get this kind of development. I can tell in a nutshell about my March trip. I was working in the zone of responsibility of Mr. Lyhovy in Zaporizhia region. I had 12 kilometers on foot. I was working in Donbass. I couldn't get, because of some of the reasons, to Avdiivka direction, and it was rather hot there. I was working there, but with the police officers, we took the people out of Ocheretine, which is now under occupation, unfortunately, and I got to Bakhmut direction, where it is a rich land for the journalists. I was looking through the works of my colleagues. I have the biggest number of materials from that direction. Why? Because the brigades are always ready for contacts. This is unfortunately the hottest part of the front line. You can just write, you can just arrive and do your job. You shouldn't just knock all the doors. So I had a very successful trip, and I didn't have any issues in Donbass. Could you please tell, do you still have any problems with access? Because we had amendments to Order 83, and there were attempts from Ilarion Pavlyuk to communicate with the press officers. Everything should have been already corrected. Are there any issues? Let me add about some of the fresh examples. In the south, my colleague Diana from Hromadske, she's also working as the war correspondent, and she was trying to get access and to make a deal about the in fact, shooting with the infantry after Humanyuk was fired. So far, she didn't have any success. and the shooting was not approved. Recently we were working with the 28th Brigade in Bakhmut direction. They are south from Chasiv Yar, and there were no issues at all. We wrote the requests, the press officers recommended to do that, because we know them already. And there is a kind of a situation altogether that if you know already the press officers, it would be much easier to get access. But as soon as the situation at some of the directions is deteriorating, then instantly these directions are being closed. That was happened with Avdiivka and Kharkiv region and altogether Kherson region. Well, of course, it's a separate situation with South. It was always an issue, even during summer. Even after Kherson was liberated, it was impossible to get there at all. But we all know about that. It used to be an issue. Yes, this issue really existed, and we are trying, at least I am trying, to raise this issue at any meeting with the communication experts from the general staff and with the top authorities from the troops. I am trying to explain that you need to open access to the places where something is taking place, because the attention of the world is on these places. I remember how the reporters had to go and film the war at the Middle East after they got a refusal in Avdiivka. And this is the huge issue as well, because we know, unfortunately, that mostly the society know about Avdiivka because of the tragedy when the troops were withdrawn and there were certain losses, awful crime of the Russians at zenith position, but there was no such awareness how much of military equipment of Russians were burnt. There were just separate materials from the journalists who could get there, but there were no dozens of materials. And this is a huge issue. I think that looking at this example, we will in fact convince that you need to open access as much as it's possible for the journalists when the active events are taking place at the front line. Nastya Blishchik has joined us, the press officer of the 47th Brigade. Thank you, Nastya. So I will talk to you and Metro now, and you will tell us why can't we get where we'd like to. Evgenia, what about a good example and a bad example? I can tell you that, in fact, if we look at the situation since 2014, then the situation with access and with journalist luck hasn't changed. Since 2014, journalists always had issues in communication, and during these 10 years we were always trying to create communication with the military. And at some moment, after certain attempts of ours, it led to certain outcomes. It seemed to improve, but then new issues emerged. That is why I'm not, in fact, taking that too close to my heart. If I fail in something, we just should go on trying to get where we are not allowed to. And as for the practice, which we can notice in the armed forces of Ukraine, that the hot directions are being closed, maybe we need to communicate with the military more. Because still we need to go there, in spite of the fact that the situation has changed. And in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we could just easily go there by car, closer to the positions, and to shoot the footage and to leave, and we could be afraid only of artillery or some of the bombing. Now, the problems with FPV drones is really huge, because trying to get to the infantry, we can feel it. And we understand that the press officer who accompanies us is taking risks as well. We need to understand that it should be worthy. We need to take everything into consideration, but we still need to go on doing our work, and we need to do it with high quality and to communicate with the military on and on. whenever it is possible. Not to have that many prohibitions, though we have what we have. Thank you. Bogdan. As for the good or bad examples, a good policeman and a bad policeman, right? So a good example is the press officer of the 3rd Tank Battalion, if I'm not mistaken, Oleksiy Bratushak, who helped us look at the tanks close to Barvinkove, who said after all of that, so please, this is the one number plate of the tank which is not blurred. And I was really thankful for that, because no one, in fact, added this number of the tank to their database. And the bad example is that when the press officer cuts everything from the report, so that this joke is bad because it's shameful for the Ukrainian army, and it can spoil the image of our unit and detachment, obviously all of that can be cut. Unfortunately, we go on with our talks and negotiations, but then it's much simpler. So whatever was done at the Western Front, when we are working with the border, in fact, officers, but the press officer said, I have only 3 hours for you. But how can you do that without me? Let me tell you the story. When the head of this post is telling as much as he can, and she interrupts him and says, don't be like that, try to straighten your back. And I can see that the press officer is really interfering. He cannot focus because of her, he cannot speak properly. But it's okay, I understand that the press officers have their own tasks. Even that case that we couldn't get for a day to Kakhovka dam, just imagine that there is some object there. It may happen there, but our assignment as the journalists is to show the truth. Logically, that the truth can be convenient or inconvenient. We, as the citizens of Ukraine, need to look at the self-censorship. That was a nice, in fact, transition to the next topic. We are approaching the issue that really we cannot, it will be a crime to show everything, because the enemy shouldn't know everything, and we need to show only what the enemy knows already, and we don't do any harm. So we are approaching the question of the press officers. Why can't you just go and show whatever we want? Dmitro, please. I thought maybe Anastasia should be the first one. Nastya, could you please start? Dmitro asks you to. Okay, we understand that there are certain security norms. You cannot just come and show everything. You need to come and show in the way so as the enemy does not guess and understand what is happening there, because you can harm your, in fact, the warriors. When I came to the brigade, I understood that it was formed for a long time, then there was counter-offensive in Melitopol direction, and many warriors said, journalists are evil. After they make any of the footage, we will be shot and bombed. And for a long time I was trying to bust this myth that there are, I thought to say and to convince that there are lots of nice journalists who know how to do that. There are many war correspondents who have this experience since 2014, showing the war. They know even more than you do, I said, because they have more experience. In our brigade there were lots of people who never had any war experience during the anti-terroristic operations, so they joined us only during the full-scale invasion. I was trying to bust those cliches, but there were certain moments when the journalists came and others showed some inappropriate behavior, or they didn't understand why they couldn't show something. The journalist said, show me the point where I need to shoot against the armored vehicle or against Bradley so the FPV drone could stop. I told them, you cannot show that. Why can't you do that? Where there's the foreigners or the Ukrainians? there were both Ukrainians and foreign journalists. We need to understand that since 2022, since the 24th of February, all of the journalists have become war correspondents. There are many journalists who don't have that experience, how to work in the combat area. First, when I was never working with such journalists, first I'm trying to study their behavior, how they act in the combat area, if, God forbid, something is flying. I am trying to study their response, their reaction. If I can see that their reaction is calm, if they feel convenient, then after the next shooting, I allow them to get deeper into the positions of our military. But there are such cases that whatever you explain, they lack understanding. And then I have to, in fact, refuse in the further cooperation, because it may harm. Also, it may harm me, because I risk my life when we go to the front line, and also to my brothers in arms. I don't want them to be shelled, because the trust which I created, it will be destroyed by the brothers between the brothers in arms. As of now, all the military units of our brigade are happy to see the journalists, and on the opposite, it is a kind of a ray of light while they are in this dirt in Donbass, and the journalists and new people are coming, and you can communicate with them with different topics. They really love it, and in our brigade there are lots of warriors who would like to give comments, and if the situation allows, they can even go live on the TV channels or YouTube channels. If the situation allows them, then we bring journalists to them and they communicate. Everybody can be happy about that. Or one of the journalists, foreign journalists, told me, why can't I be at the battlefield and shoot how Bradley is shooting? And I am explaining, but I understand that the person does not understand why he cannot do that, why he cannot stand close to Bradley and show the work of this American piece of war. So there are lots of cases like that. Yesterday there were journalists and I communicated with them and I asked how it is happening in other brigades, because the attention to our detachment is super high. We are super popular, we have foreign equipment, and we are in Melitopol direction, counter-offensive, then and other directions, Avdiivka. So during the day, 3 dozens of journalists can write to me, and I cannot cover all of them. There are some moments that I begin to think, God, I cannot allow all of them to work here. I cannot cover all of the requests. Yesterday I heard the idea from the journalists that the press service of the brigades are selecting the list of the journalists who they'd like to work with. Though so, in fact, if I cannot just bring any journalists to the front line if I never worked with them. Yes, Nastya, I understand that you can tell a lot. As of now, we have 25 minutes left only, and we still have the second topic of the 5. Nastya, thank you so much. Thank you for the understanding and for the attempt to give this understanding to the journalists, because in fact it's important that as many people as possible showed the war, because the war, in my opinion, it is still we don't still have enough of information war for the people who are in the rear. So we need to start to teach the people why they cannot just show the footage of the artillery shooting. So what I faced, I was asking the 47th when you were after the counter-offensive, Tauria refused to me. The operational strategic group of Tavria, in fact, refused. And then this is the question to Dmitro. Why can't I do that if the press officers still want that? Why can't we do that?
Well, the soldiers sometimes want that, but the officers don't. The answer can be really long. And Bogdan already used this joke about the good and the bad cop. Let me be a bad cop now, even though in my civilian life I'm a journalist, so the head of the PR section, when I was the head of the PR in Tavria grouping, I was a good cop. But now, let me kind of be the antagonist in this discussion. Gumenyuk was fired. Yeah, okay. But the personal factor, it only weighs until it encounters another personal factor. So besides the heads of the press services, there are also the commanders. And many of the bans we see now, they are well justified. Also, they come from the commanders. If this is the position of the commander, then not a single press officer will be able to overcome it. Because, at least because, well, they don't have the access to the commander to have a discussion. Because the commander orders, they don't discuss. But if you work properly, and at the round table, at the parliamentary committee for the freedom of speech, or maybe, it was in a different place. It was in a different place anywhere. Anyway, one of the commanders said that, well, you didn't show Berislav, how the hospital was hit, and I was there nearby. And the answer was, well, we were banned. If there was a permission to show Berislav, well, we could have covered that. So, once again, I switch into the bad cop mode. In Ukraine, now there's the unprecedented level of openness to cover the hostilities. Now, about 6,700 accreditations have been issued for national and foreign media. This is the accreditations from the general staff. And the share is more or less equal. The national media have a little bit of the advantage, only because they are in the marathon, and some media want to accredit like 100 or 200 people, like even all the makeup artists. Well, it's been a requirement. Yeah, it's been a requirement, but well, usually we approve. We don't say no. And I think in the last year only 4 people were rejected because of the counterintelligence report. All others were approved, and essentially Ukrainian media really were a minority there. So besides the commanders and press officers, there is also operation security. And when I was the head of the PR section in Tavria grouping, you can't imagine how people from OPSEC were hating me. They were trying to get me fired. I wasn't scared. Anyway, they thought, oh, you've shown this, you've shown that, and you couldn't, you didn't have to. So inside the military, they have a discussion what you can show, what you can't show. We must understand that, for example, the fortifications. I've been showing the fortifications to kind of show that they are there, so that people would be in general calmer. So when we show this new trench, maybe food or something, the OPSEC said, well, you can't show it like this, you can show it only from that angle, because if you show the thickness of the doors, then the enemy would know what is the thickness and they would know which shells to use. If you show the thickness of the concrete wall, they would understand which shells to use against this bunker. And I agree with this. So here we can reach the following conclusion. It's great that we have very responsible professional journalists who know how to do their job, who after 2022 started covering the war. They became war journalists, they became professionals, and they really cooperate with the press service, with the press officers, and they can account for all the requests. But not all the journalists are equally professional, not all the journalists are equally responsible, and not all the journalists are equally pro-Ukrainian, let's be frank. There are quite a lot of international media who are actually very weird. Sometimes they can play on the enemy's side, especially if they come from the countries where they have many left-wing guys who used to work in Moscow. Now they want to work here, they want to cover that. There are some journalists who just follow clickbait, follow the cheap popularity. So the truth from the trench is the last priority for them. And what the audience need to know to be in this balance between the objective truth and to show what Ukraine needs for victory, it's difficult. A few days ago, there was this very good story on detective media about clickbait in the headings of Ukrainian YouTube channels, especially those covering the war. Let's get to this topic a bit later. So, I wanted to use this as a foundation for my opinion. The military also use the OPSEC considerations, so that if before this responsible journalist, some other journalists came here and just exposed some OPSEC, and it led to the death of the military, and it happens, then of course they just want to be assured, and they will just put a blanket ban on visiting that section, for example, and to follow to the pros and contras. When I was working in Tavria, we had almost 100% approval rate for all the requests. But why we didn't let people come to Avdiivka? Because already it's been dangerous, even for the military. The police, the emergency services, the humanitarian aid were not coming already. It was not possible already. This is when you were there. But even before that, in winter, nobody was let into Avdiivka. Yeah, but the fact that you managed to get into Robotyno, I think was an example how we can use the innovations of Order 73, which I think is quite liberal and progressive. We could use that so that we put the responsibility for one's life onto the reporter, then they are not necessarily escorted, and as an exception it's possible to get into the so-called red zones. But I highlight, in any case, the ultimate approval is put on the commander or on the service person who lets through on the last stage. If they think it's dangerous, then they would not let one through. Thank you, Dmitro. And I forgot to mention this good news: the air raid alert is cancelled. So now I would like to ask the colleagues, when we talk about self-censorship, I was thinking about it, and I understood that throughout my last year of work, I saw that it's the military who are self-censoring, who don't speak up at the level of soldiers, mid-range commanders or sergeants. They censor themselves, and I don't have to censor my materials, except for these instances, like how should I show the thickness of the door. I don't argue. I understand that the military guys know what should be shown, what shouldn't be shown. Even when it seems illogical, I can just say that it seems illogical, but still I will say that I approve. Well, the colleagues have already mentioned that there are stories that some things should not be said, should not be exposed, because this is the matter of security. But if you have experience for many years, you know what can be said, what can't be said. Everyone who works the front line knows that we cannot discuss the number of the personnel, the distance to enemy, the type of equipment in their position. because the enemy wants to know that, and they might get this information from you, and then as a result, well, you will have the consequences of that. There will be a strike on the positions. So even when the military guys are saying that out loud, you still remember that you don't have to name the figures and the types of equipment, so you censor that because this is sensitive information. Also, the law limits this information. But when I talk about the civilians, because I often work with the civilians at the front line, the civilians don't understand that. They don't understand what can be said, what can be said. For example, they have relatives on the occupied territories, and they can tell you on camera that, yeah, my name is like that. My relative is, I don't know, in Gola Pristan village, and I heard this thing. So then they tell what the relative said. So then they say, well, they can even name them, they don't care. I said, no, this is not how it's done, because as soon as they publish the story, people on the occupied territories will have a problem. And you have to think about that, because you are responsible for life and health of these people, and we must remember that. Because some colleagues might think, oh, I've been allowed, so why do I think about that? No, I think the reporters, the journalists, first and foremost must think about people, and they should not harm people who are in a threatening information. He has to think for themselves, because, well, the reporter has more experience and more practice, and they must always remember that. So this is the self-censorship I mean. If we talk about self-censorship per se, I don't think it's a phenomenon, because in the newsrooms we don't have any censors from the general staff or the Ministry of Defense. We can write whatever. If people say that, oh, in Ukraine we have censorship such as in Yanukovych's times, no, that's just not true. I agree. I agree with Stas's comment. I would add on self-censorship. Sometimes, I mean the self-censorship by the military, it might be wrong sometimes, when they want, but they're afraid to talk to journalists on important topics, when it's about political or military political decisions. Even off camera, in private conversations, they talk to you, and you understand that this is either a huge problem or a huge topic that needs to be covered to the society. We need to talk about that. At the same time, they disagree to speak on camera. They explain it with different things. Oh, what if I get an official reproach? Or something worse. What if I'm sent with no way out? Yeah. And in these cases, it really is sad, because you try to cover a topic which might make things easier for that unit. It's going to be easier for them later, but this self-censorship among the military does not enable these stories. Sometimes it gets absurd. For the panel, we discussed a little bit about the press officer who didn't allow the interview. She said she would not approve the publication because somewhere in the background there were some clothing drying on the line. It wasn't really noticeable, it was in the background, but we were puzzled because the soldier was telling about their experience with assaults, and after that case we were blacklisted. Now we are not let into that brigade because we didn't agree to cut that piece. Let me add the context. This is this ridiculous thing in airborne troops. I saw the very same thing when the military guy was not in the uniform t-shirt. And as I had to approve two more stories, one about the very successful assault on Klishchiivka forest, I decided that okay, I will frame it as much as possible so that the t-shirt could not be seen. And yeah, then I found a way out. And I think this is ridiculous, really, because it's not harming anyone. So it's harming what? The ideas of the airborne troops, how the airborne soldiers must look. And for 2 years they are in a trench, and instead of a dirty t-shirt they have to be in the parade uniform. This is ridiculous. I know that there are some incentives, some ideas to oppose that, but sometimes it doesn't work. I don't understand how much time we have. I hope we have 2 minutes. Well, we have 90 seconds each. Let's speak about some cool cases of chance. Bogdan suggested that it was just a matter of chance, but I had a great story because the filming in Marinka was rescheduled and we just witnessed the powerful assault of the Russians. It took like 6 months to get the approval, and then by chance we're there and the tanks are assaulting, and we were at the at ground zero, and it was just a chance that we were there. I would have a different story on a different day. So just tell if you had a story like that. Let's start from Bogdan. I don't want to share stories from my life, even though we had experiences when my life was saved, and there were cases when I should have died, because I had to go, like with Mustafa. They were going to Slavyansk when Yirkin was there, and there was just a person sitting next to him, and in a friendly fire our guys killed him. It was just a chance that he wasn't there. But we must admit that when we go to a unit here and there, and things happen, it's just a matter of chance. And for the audience, we must also explain that it's a coincidence that we are not a sociological survey. We just happen to meet this person. Sometimes the soldiers are speaking on military, political and military leadership because they also have their political bias, just like people in civilian life. And we must understand that we carry just this matter of chance. You know, people who do video, they know, just pick a different angle and the truth will look different. But yeah, I had this chance. I was supposed to get to a ship for training, and I thought it was planned for half day, but when we went to the sea, they said, okay, this will last 3 days, and I didn't have anything to do. I had 3 days there to film, and the film actually even won at a competition. So you never know what happens. We just have to be ready. In terms of security and professionalism. Yeah, I want everyone to know about this thing, and the thing of chance, and the press officers. Please share if you had a situation in your work when it was a matter of chance, or it was the reporter's thing. I wanted to give the floor to Nastya because she is way behind. Yes, over to you, Nastya.
Yes, I cannot tell anything specific, but in fact we were working with more than 100 of journalists, And each of the cases is unique, in fact. You're right to say that when we are going to some shooting process, we don't know what happens there, whether it is cool or maybe it is calm, because every journalist would like to have some explosions and shots and something falls down to show the reality of the war. It's obvious, but there can be issues that we are going there and the Russians are still silent and not shoot at all. I cannot, in fact, mention any bright examples because each of the cases is unique. Thank you, Yevgen. Yeah. Will you tell? Dmitro, do you have anything to share? Well, as far as I understand, you can just use your quota to say my greetings. No, I'm joking. We'll come back to you as well. No, I'm joking. I think that all the press officers know that the biggest success is when the journalists came, they were brought to the place of the shooting, they were working there, and then they are brought out of the place and nothing has happened. Everything is healthy and alive, they can finally breathe out. But when I was working in Tauria, and when we could go deeper than the journalists were allowed to, because we are the press officers, and we had our own mission, we were working with the commanders of the, in fact, platoons and of the fortifications, and then they were behaving as press officers. They were accompanying us, and it was even bigger happiness for them because it was much closer to the combat line. So as for the coincidences, as I already mentioned today, why the journalists are not allowed to be too close? Because FPV drones have been strengthened a lot, and from the combat line 5 kilometers deeper into our positions is the zone of FPV drones, and they are there. The whole territory is under threat. That is why that's our territory, why you can or cannot allow journalists to go there. And when the journalists are coming back from there, this is the biggest relief for the press officers and the ones who accompanies them. I can also say a couple of words about censorship. We will not come back to this topic, right? I can only agree with Stas that in spite of the real war which we have here, and our martial law, we don't have war censorship. We need to value that, really. And self-censorship in the interests of the Ukrainian army, Ukrainian state, and the security of Ukrainian citizens is the least what can be done by the journalists in the rare. Well, mostly within the truth and awareness, which is important. I wouldn't say it's self-censorship, it's responsibility. Every single person has to be responsible for what he or she is saying or writing. A very specific example, what really impacts the current situation at the battlefield. We see the lack of the staff, of the people in the trenches. The trenches will not take part in the combats themselves. Why do we see the lack of the people? Because of the failure of mobilization. And why was there the failure of mobilization? Because the war is still a hybrid war, and the enemy is using our information delivery way, which we provide. When we have the Tisa River with piles of bodies, and we have the military commissariat who force the people get into the buses and be mobilized, but we don't have positive cases of the workers of the, in fact, draft commission, and we don't see the examples of the usual people being mobilized who go on accomplishing their constitutional obligations. We don't see those examples to make the audience aware that the war is not only the death, or the war is lots of positions. And this is the case when all the professions are important, when you can be a driver, a cook, and other positions. You need to emphasize on that, and we need to change this situation, otherwise we will not win in this war. I support your words so much. I would more... And by the way, we were speaking about that before the panel. I wanted to speak to Stas, because we would like our colleagues who are not going to the war, that they should be involved in two such topics, because two war correspondents cannot highlight what Metro is telling about, the positive examples of who is in the draft commission and so on. Different examples exist, of course. When you were speaking, I was creating the screenshots of the headlines. This is the full absurd. The losses are huge. Mobilization is failed. And of course, it's not the report from the front line, but this is the person who is working at the front line, is giving an interview. I say that this is just not the freedom of speech. This is a kind of whoever and whatever is saying whatever. That's how I feel it. And also it is the psychological operation, because unfortunately some people, consciously or subconsciously, are doing that. Just 1 minute left for each of you. If you'd like to speak about responsibility, we have Evgenia, who is working for 10 years at war already. We are really short of time, and I'd like to speak with all of you for an hour each, but I'd like to hear the story how Evgenia saved the life of the soldier, because it's very important that everybody should do that. Let me be very quick, because I think it's an important case, considering, in fact, the training of the journalists for tactical medicine and what you should do, what you should know how to do if you are going to the front line. The situation was really far from the front line, from the 0 point. If you go to the infantry position, you are focused, you are well grouped and so on. But when you are working, for instance, several dozens of kilometers from the front line with the military, and you are shooting their preparation to some combats or some storm, some offensive, and several missiles S-300 are in fact striking, and the medics have already left because the main offensive has already taken place. And when your backpack, when you always think whether I should take my medical backpack with 2 dozens of tourniquets and bandages, and you always think that it is just taking the space in the car. You always think whether you should do that or not. And then you are grateful to your life that you have this backpack on you, because the speaker who was talking to you is out of the frame with the chest wound, and also more than 1.5 dozens of wounded military, and you have only one backpack for that, and you are the camera person. And several soldiers who were not did not have concussion and were not injured are ready to help you with your backpack only. How many people did you provide help for with Anna? For more than 10. A round of applause. We evacuated. That was different. There were different degrees of wounds and injuries. The most severe were about 3 of them. That was our speaker, who had the chest wound, the pneumothorax, and a very complicated, severe injury. After that, in our newsroom, we raised the issue that in the backpack, which I thought was packed in the best way possible, we were speaking that we don't have the proper tourniquets for the groin, because the person was brought there. There was a really severe wound, so we had to press with our own hands and bandages because of the bleeding. And another wounded person had to press with his hands onto this wounded one. We lacked it, but now we have it, these tourniquets. So we need the people who are going to the front line, the journalists, the people who are at the front line, maybe are those who are just shooting interviews and don't think that they need to delve deeper into such points. Tactical medicine, we need it even in Kyiv city. Colleagues, this is just must-have, it's compulsory. We all need to get to know how to save people, how to save each other. And if it did not take place with us yesterday or today, it's perfect, it's cool, but it may happen tomorrow. So during these 10 years, I never had to do that, in fact. And I thought that, in fact, I will never have to. So to put the bandage is one thing, but when your hand is half deep into the wound, it is different. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ksyusha and Stas. You have a minute each. I'm now remembering. This is one story about Antonivka Bridge, and I wanted to tell you about the settlement of Fedorivka. We got acquainted accidentally on our way to Siversk with volunteers. We needed either communication means or anything, and the volunteers told us that they were going for evacuation. They wanted to take out the family with many children, with 3 children, in fact. One of the children is a 9-month-old baby, and they're just living at the front line. Their village is there. The front line is just behind the village, so sometimes the bullets from the front line get to their house. One of those bullets was shooting through the fridge, and they were still living there. Once they were already evacuated, and in the west of Ukraine they were not accepted because they are half Russian speaking, sometimes they are speaking Surzhyk, so they decided to come back to the village, and when the situation became acute again, the volunteers were trying to evacuate them again. They came there for several times and they didn't want to leave. We decided to go there together with them to tell about the story, and the story turned out to be very important as for me, because during the day our driver was convincing and persuading the father to take the children out of the village. And I know that in several days the volunteers came back and the family left. They are now living in the little house in Irpin. So this means that sometimes such accidental acquaintances can lead to the story, which will be solved. Thank you. So it's about responsibility, and that our work is not only to push the button and you can really save the person. Well, in our case, the most responsible person was the driver. Yes, because he was persuading the people. Yes, thank you. Stas, you have 1 minute. It's important to remember that if you can evacuate the people, you do that. We brought the people from Severodonetsk, for instance, when one bridge was only left. We had some space in the car. There was the family who wanted to leave, so we took them. I wanted to remember 2 points. The first one is what we didn't speak about, but the impact of the war onto the journalism. According to the recent data of the Institute of Mass Information, 234 newsrooms in Ukraine stopped their work because of the war, because of different reasons. 80 journalists are killed, 10 of them during their journalist work. So please remember about that. As for a happy case, a lucky case, we had to go to New York, but not US, in Donetsk region. And close to Donetsk region my car was broken. We went back to Dnipro, and the next day Kakhovka Dam was blown up, and we went there. We were almost killed by the Russians, so we were lucky for the second time. Our material was really good, and then we also showed the grain terminals, which were in the middle of the desert, and this was very nice. If my car wasn't broken, I wouldn't get to the south. That's what happens. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the speakers, because those are all the people who are really cool and they deserve for being listened for hours. But thank you that you've listened to us during this hour. I thank the organizers that they are raising these topics and we can discuss that more. Dmitro has one more sentence. Yes, Dmytro. Yes, it's a very short point. Using this opportunity, I would like to appeal to the men, and maybe the journalists, the female journalists as well, who have this decision whether to mobilize or not. Because in different brigades and defense forces, there are lots of positions for professional and conscious journalists. And Nastya would like to say something. Yes, in particular, I invite to the 47th Separate Mechanized Brigade, because thankfully we have people in my unit, but those are the editors, the cameramen, so we feel the lack of journalists. So please, there are the representatives of the military commissariat at the entrance. Yes, because in fact I cannot go for holiday, because when I'm on the holiday I'm still working and I'm coordinating the work of the journalists. And I also have the social media pages of my brigade. And also I'd like to add, because you've raised this issue, that the journalists should be ready for the shooting when they are going to the front line. Not only in the information way, but also armored vests. Because when I can see that they're too short, they're not properly on, and when they don't have the tourniquet, and the journalists would like to get to the infantry positions, in fact, obviously, why I refuse, why I don't let them do that. As for the information field, when the journalists are directly at the front line, they're following the information and they are aware of what is happening. But as soon as they go to Kiev, they don't understand the current situation. They don't know lots of things. So please follow and be aware about all of the news and join the 47th Separate Mechanized Brigade. So a bit of recruiting. I thanked all of you that you've listened to us. Obviously, we were short of time for the Q&A session, so look, there should be lunch now. Everybody would like to have a lunch. So when you have a break, come up to us and pose the separate questions, because we don't have time for Q&A session. We are out of time. I wanted people to stay here instead of the lunch.
Next panel. We'll actually start in 10 minutes, because before that we really want to hear the next speaker. I've announced this speaker before lunch, but let me add to all the above mentioned. Like a week ago, he won World Press Freedom Award. So this is kind of the top award, and he is the founder and the editor of the Ground Truth project. So welcome, Charlie Sennot.
Hey everybody, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Alex. Thanks for having us here in your hometown. I had a chance last time at this conference to walk around with Alex and to learn more about Bucha City News, which is a great local news organization. And thank you, Sevgil. Thanks to Ukrainska Pravda. And thanks also to Eugene and to the Media Development Foundation. Thanks for pulling this together. This is really important. I'm honored to be here. Thanks for having me. I actually would like to start, if we could, with a moment of silence. It's going to take a minute to say there's a lot to think about these days, and I want to think a lot about the journalists. I want to say let's just take a moment of silence for 17 journalists killed in Ukraine over the last 2 years, for more than 100 journalists killed in Gaza in the last 7 months, and for the 1,572 journalists killed since 1993, when the Committee to Protect Journalists first started keeping that very grim statistic. Let's just take a moment for that. Okay, thank you. I think we have to keep these people in mind. We have to remember not only the ones we lost, but the wrongfully detained, like Gavin Gershkovich from the Wall Street Journal, trying to make sure we all keep him front of mind. There's so many journalists and our colleagues who are in prisons in places I've worked, in Egypt, in Myanmar, too many places to name, but also in Iraq and Afghanistan, where journalists who were our colleagues were left behind and are struggling and are being intimidated and threatened every day. I really think about them, and I want to just be sure we keep them in mind. Last week marked World Press Freedom Day, and it was a time where we went and spent time with the James Foley Foundation in New York. And I'm going to talk for a little minute about my friend, my colleague, James Foley. Incredibly important person in my life. He worked for me at Global Post. He was one of the most extraordinary journalists I ever worked with. And it was Jim's family that held the big gathering for World Press Freedom this year in Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club. That was where we were awarded the World Press Freedom Award. And it meant so much because Jim was my friend. For those of you who don't know the name James Foley, Jim was the journalist who was killed in 2014 by ISIS. He was killed in Syria, and he was publicly executed. So his family watched that live. It was one of the most horrific experiences of losing a colleague that I've ever lived through. I pray it's the worst any of us ever lived through. But it changed us, and that's why I want to talk about Jim today. It's important for you to know Jim's story because I think it has some really important lessons for you here as journalists in Ukraine as you cover this war in your country. And I hope some of the lessons that Jim taught us are ones that we can share with you. I also think it's important to just recognize that this is indeed a tipping point. And I'm going to talk about why I think this is a big tipping point, not in every way for the attack on truth, but also for the opportunity this moment holds for you to come together and I think really try to transform journalism in Ukraine going forward. To talk about Jim Foley is, it's hard to be short. Jim was amazing. Jim has so many stories of moral courage, it's impossible to know where to begin. Just one thing you should know about him, from everything we heard from those who were held captive with him for 2 years by ISIS inside Syria, told us how much he kept their spirits up. He could make them laugh even in a cell in Syria, and he was that kind of person. He had that kind of positive energy, and he loved journalism that much that he wanted to keep his colleagues' spirits up. Jim also was selfless, and Jim had a position that he kept inside that cell every day next to the door of the cell. And the reason he did that was so that when the ISIS fighters who were holding them would come in and they'd pull people out for beatings, Jim always wanted to be the first to go. And that, like, if you were going to talk about physical courage, that embodies who Jim Foley was. The moral courage that he showed played out every day when he was in the field as a journalist. And I wish I could share more of those with you, but I just want to encourage you to look Jim up, to know his story, and to know why he matters. For us, Jim became true north. So even after he was gone, Jim very much guided us. His moral courage guided us. He stayed with us as we built our organization called the Ground Truth Project. He forced us to really think about safety. He forced us to think anew about how we deploy journalists in the field. And I know you're all thinking this through, and I want you to be inspired by Jim's lesson, but also maybe even to learn from where we failed. Jim should have had more resources. Jim should have had more training. He needed more support. He didn't get it, and that has a lot to do with how he was killed in the field. What we learned from that, from my colleagues who knew Jim, was we came together, we pulled together, and we created an organization that's called A Culture of Safety, ACOS, A Culture of Safety. And ACOS transformed how we work, particularly with freelancers, because freelancers tend to not have the same support as a staff reporter. So please look up ACOS. How many of you here are editors or people who run local newsrooms or national newsrooms, but just are running newsrooms? Okay, well, there are about 5 or 6 hands up. I want to encourage all of you to please look up ACOS and consider becoming a signatory. We have 150 news organizations that have signed up. They range from the largest news organizations in the world, like the Associated Press, to smaller news organizations that are doing work in different local situations where safety is a real issue. So please look that up. Please join that. The other part of Jim's legacy, I think, is that Jim forced us to reassess not just our failings for safety, but also sort of how we think about the journalism we do. One of the real things Jim taught us and taught me was that it's all about local journalism. Jim focused very intensely on the local journalists in Syria. He became their friends, he got to know their stories, he wanted to tell their stories, and he wanted to help them in any way he could. One of the things Jim did in the final moments of his life was to try to raise money for an ambulance for a small town in Syria that he had gotten to know. And again, Jim was a global reporter, but he was very much a local thinker, local reporter as well. So Jim's story provided us that pathway to think about how we're going to build ground truth, and it led us to figuring out how we're going to scale ground truth. And I think there's been some discussion here of scaling, and I want to really talk about how you can think about scaling. I want to note to Dennis, who was saying that scaling is not possible. I think it is possible, but it really needs to be carefully thought through. It's hard to do, and it has to be really precise how you think about it, but I want to dare you to think about it. And I want to say you need to just think about not only building a program or building a newsroom, but you need to build a movement. You are some of the best journalists I've ever seen in my life in this room and in this country. You don't need training. You don't need Western news organizations or Western programs like ours to come and help you. You have plenty of that kind of help. I think what you need is to inspire each other to dare to think big. And I want you to think about how you could transform your own landscape of journalism by thinking about the fact that we're going to get through this war. I know all of you are down, and I know this feels like a moment in time where it's very hard to see the future. So forgive me for being optimistic. It's an annoying trait we Americans have. We're a little too optimistic about things. So if you'll forgive me that, I want to encourage you to be thinking about the future beyond this war. And I want to dare you, and I want you to dare yourselves to think big. Think about the $500 billion that will come into this country for reconstruction, and think about what that money could do for journalism to transform the media landscape in this country. Think about 0.5% of that funding. That would be $2.5 billion. Think what that would do to journalism in Ukraine. Think what that would do, I think, particularly for local journalism and regional journalism over many, many years. You could transform the landscape here if you can come together, and I know this is a community that does come together. You help each other, you support each other. If you can support each other in that really big and grand goal, I think you can change things here after this war. All of you are doing amazing journalism right now, and right now under impossibly difficult conditions, and I get that. And I know how worried you are about your colleagues, about your own families, and again, it's very hard to think about the future. But I do want to dare you to think about that future, and I want to dare you to think big. So I have had the great luck of getting to know Ukrainska Pravda, and one of the places we work, Ground Truth here, is in supporting a reporter at Ukrainska Pravda who covers the environment. It's a small gesture, but it's what we do. For those of you who have local newsrooms, I'd like to hear from you. If you have a beat or something you'd want to have covered, we're going to try to distribute some funding. But whatever funding we distribute, it won't be enough. You're going to have to think bigger. And I think maybe the most practical thing I did way beyond the funding was when I was here last time before, it was in the winter, it was very cold, and I had heard that Ukrainska Pravda was struggling with its generator. So what we did, my son and I, we got a generator from Poland, we got it here, and we lugged it upstairs at Ukrainska Pravda. It's solar-powered generator, so it's like even better. They could put it out on the fire escape. And basically, it was there for them to get through the winter, power some laptops, maybe keep the lights on, Very small gesture, but I think an unbelievable metaphor. It's about powering change, and we're going to power change through really small gestures. We're going to power change through the things you guys do every day. But now, Ukrainska Pravda is in a bigger newsroom. They're in a place where I saw the new generator. It's much bigger. It's much better. I think ours is going to get relegated for use in the field, I hope. But I think that metaphor of the small generator we brought, the big generator they have now, and the power that you can each help each other with, that's what it's all about now. It's going to be all about all of you coming together and really making sure you bring new energy for change. Think big. Think big about the next phase. Try your best to think about the future, as hard as that is right now. And thank you for the incredibly important work you do. I'm hugely admiring of the effort, the courage, and the excellent craft that all of you practice every day. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Ну, для тих, хто розуміє англійську або був в навушниках.
So for those who understand English or those who got the earpieces, you probably have heard that Charlie mentioned that, well, there is a chance to get some funding for regional media. So that is a chance. But you have to keep the headsets, the earpieces on, because we will have the panel in English and Ukrainian. But, well, if you need the earpiece, just keep it. So we'll talk about overcoming the global fatigue from the war. And I give the floor to the moderator, the CEO of the Kyiv Independent, Darina Shevchenko.
Доброго дня, чути мене? Я сяду поближче до своїх.
Let me sit closer to my panelists. Somehow they moved from me.
Доброго дня, колеги.
Good day, dear colleagues. We are grateful to, and let me say from behalf of all of you, I will be the moderator of this panel in English, but as Sasha has already said, some of the panelists will be speaking Ukrainian, in particular Petro and Christina, so don't turn off your headsets if you have any issues with one of the languages. I think it would be
Okay, so thank you for having us today. My name is Darina Shevchenko. I'm the CEO of the Kyiv Independent. This is a Ukrainian English language media outlet that covers Ukraine for foreign audiences. And we have a pleasure and a challenge, I dare say, to work with a lot of international journalists and a lot of international coverage that I would start with saying thank you for all the international journalists who have been covering Ukraine consistently since the beginning of the full-scale invasion and before. We do appreciate the effort, and we do understand how much effort was put into that. That said, there are a lot of challenges in the international coverage of Ukraine. And at times it seems that, you know, the world found out about Ukraine just a couple years ago, even though the country was there for a long, long time. We are talking today about the war fatigue. And the war fatigue is one of the biggest challenges. But it's also not new to us, is it? So, luckily, we have an amazing set of panelists today, and I will introduce them, and then we'll dig into our experience of living through the war fatigue. So, let me introduce Krystyna Berdynskich. Krystyna is a Ukrainian journalist. She's been covering, of course, Ukraine her whole life. She's a freelancer for international media, and we'll be talking about her perspective of pitching stories about Ukraine throughout this 10 years of war. We have Piotr Andrusieczko, who is a Polish journalist of a Ukrainian background, has been working with a lot of Polish media and also a scholar studying Ukraine. He's been working with Gazeta Wyborcza for the past 10 years and been covering Ukraine consistently. And we have another panelist, by the way. She already prepared the remarks. and has been covering Ukraine consistently, and so did Hazeta Wyborcza, which is an amazing case of international coverage, a very consistent one. We have Isabel Khurshudyan, head of the Washington Post Kyiv bureau, and I have to say thanks God for the Kyiv bureau. Before that was just the Moscow bureaus. Isabel actually worked in the Moscow bureau as a correspondent since 2019, but is heading the Kyiv bureau now. We have Oliver Carroll, a foreign correspondent for The Economist. Previously, Oliver worked in Russia, covered Russia from inside Russia for many, many years. He even worked as a managing editor at the Moscow Times since 2015 to 2017. Yeah, I'm sorry, I used to be a journalist, I can't keep that to myself. So probably Oliver can enlighten us on what the fuck is wrong with Russia, since he obviously has some expertise in that. And do we have Miroslava? Yeah, we have Miroslava Gongadze online. Thank you, Miroslava, for joining us, and I'm so sorry you're not here. We have a seat actually reserved for you. Miroslava, well, doesn't really need an introduction in this crowd, but she's a Ukrainian reporter working for the Voice of America for a long, long time, and also a TV host and an editor with a lot of experience covering Ukraine. So I think we should dig into that. Let's start with actually digging into our own experience. None of us started covering Ukraine 2 years ago, right? We all covered Ukraine before. We all covered the region before. And we actually all lived through the war fatigue before. So since the war in Ukraine actually started in 2014, and it was a big splash, I remember that. Everybody wanted to commission stories about Ukraine. Everybody wanted Ukrainian journalists to write stories about Ukraine. Everybody wanted to send a crew to Ukraine in 2014, and then it died out. So my question to you is, in your experience as reporters, editors, between 2014 and 2022, when did you start feeling like Ukraine is no longer important? And of course, I mean, it's an irrelevant question to Christina. I don't think she ever started feeling like that. But to the international reporters, first of all, when did you start feeling that it's no longer the most relevant topic, then your audience don't care? And, you know, what was your reason? What led to that? I mean, let's start with Isabel.
You know, I only became a foreign correspondent kind of towards the end of 2019. So for me, I guess the first 5 years of the war, I can't really speak to. But, you know, from my standpoint, even working in the Moscow bureau before I came here to Ukraine, about a month before full-scale invasion, Ukraine was always an important story. You know, we did do frontline reporting. I did frontline reporting, I think, in 2021, when there was talk about a buildup of Russian forces, you know, when the US especially was making a lot of noise about that. You know, we obviously covered Zelensky's presidency and kind of rise to power. And even going back before that, kind of the Trump scandals, Ukraine always kind of found a way, in my mind, to be kind of front and center in the news. But obviously, if you look across the world, this is a thing that happens with all wars. In the Middle East as well, that there, is a rush of coverage at the beginning, and then it slows down. And especially when you have a front line, which became the case here maybe after 2016, 2017, where, obviously there are people still there, they're still fighting, but it does really kind of slow down into something that looks more like a frozen conflict. It's kind of tougher to write about. It's tougher to kind of tell audiences something new about what's going on. So, I think Ukraine was always in the news, especially in the US, for various reasons, some good, some bad. But I think war coverage did probably slow down I guess maybe after 2016, but Ali could probably speak to that a little bit better than I can.
Piotr, a question to you. It probably never slowed down for you personally, but you watched it closely slowing down in the publications you worked for, but also in, in the world coverage of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine did make it to the news, but not exactly the war story. So we had corruption stories making it to the news, election stories making it to the news, not really the war story. How did it feel for you? What led to that?
In fact, I agree here with that approximately in 2016 there have been the decrease of the number of news about the war, and it was connected because of the stop of the front line, that there were fewer actions at the front line. But as I'm working for the Polish media, our situation is a bit different. Poland is the neighbor of Ukraine, and this interest of Poland, it seems to me, was higher in comparison with other countries which are further geographically from Ukraine. And even after 2016, even since 2016, we were still writing about the war. We were going there. We were going to Donbass. And also we were trying to show what is taking place in the Crimea. Till 2019 I was going annually to the Crimea, and let me add, legally, from the Ukrainian part. We were showing what was taking place there, what is taking place with the Crimean Tatars, how the Russian repressions are taking place at this peninsula. But we have also written a lot about corruption and politics. It is interesting as well. So it's the societal and political and economic life of Ukraine, the transformations which are taking place here, and the relations between Poland and Ukraine. We are neighbors. There were lots of topics like that. But if I compare 2014 and 15, when I was writing about Ukraine every day, well, almost every day, then obviously since 2016 such articles were not that numerous, and we needed to think more on how to show something interesting, though it seems to me that in fact interesting topics are rather sufficient.
Oliver, I actually last night digged into the Economist Ukraine Crisis archive, and it did slow down around 2016, and the topics you covered became more and more, general Ukraine politics, Ukraine corruption, Ukraine stuff. And I don't mean just you personally, I mean The Economist. So, your version, when did you start feeling like the story of the war in Ukraine, and I don't mean the general story of Ukraine, but the story of the war, stopped being so important to your editors as well? And, I know you kept reporting as a frontline reporter in 2018 and 2019, what were your arguments?
So I think it's important to say, first of all, I was working for The Economist only from 2022. But I can speak, generally about my experience of The Economist during this war. And I think it's a little bit exceptional among most publications in that, we do put a lot of emphasis on Ukraine. Our readers still are very interested in Ukraine, especially when it refers to, for example, anything to do with military hardware. There's a wonkish sort of audience which is still very much interested in Ukraine. And I think, generally speaking, our editor-in-chief, I think it starts with her in that she really does understand the pressing foreign policy issue of our time is Ukraine. And I think that, to a great degree, has kept Ukraine, in coverage. But of course, from the first days of the war, when all of us were filing 3 or 4 pieces a day, and there was a huge appetite. Now it's come down to, 1 or 2 pieces a week. But the coverage is still there. I think The Economist is slightly exceptional, and I can sort of talk about my previous history. First of all, as a freelance, I mean, the reason why I left to the country, which perhaps we shouldn't name, was because I could see that the news cycle was shifting. And I think that's the first, I totally agree with Izzy, you can't circumvent the news cycle. As much as you might want it to change, you can't just say, we want Ukraine in the news. And I think for that reason, you've really got to focus, whether you're a freelance or a staff correspondent, on what's interesting. I think the fundamentals of journalism remain. If something's interesting to you, it's likely to be interesting to your audience. Maybe the level of interest might be a different level, but still. And the other thing as well, I suppose, to policymakers, and I hear this complaint all the time, this criticism, why aren't you writing enough? Why aren't you writing more? Why aren't you writing positive news stories? You can't generate interest by complaining that there isn't interest.
That's actually a very interesting point, and I want to follow up on that. So we're saying we can't really tamper with the news cycle, and that's fair enough. There are things that are sort of beyond our control. But that said, looking back at what happened since 2014 and the war fatigue that did settle in somewhere between 2016 and 19, and then, with the COVID and things, Ukraine's war wasn't on the map at all. So looking back, what could we do differently? And I'll direct that question first, not to you, but to Christina and Miroslava, because I know that for Ukrainians, battling war fatigue is something, it's not an option. Like for us, if there is war fatigue, if there's no attention on Ukraine, it basically means death for a lot of us, for our families. So it's not like we have a choice to battle or not to battle war fatigue. So the question is to you, what do you think international coverage could do differently? International reporters covering Ukraine, international newsrooms, since 2014, and in this window when the war fatigue was settling in on the, say, first round of the war.
I'm working with the foreign media only since 2022, so I can say only about this period of time and how everything has changed. From the perspective of the Ukrainian journalist who is cooperating with the foreign media as an author, not like as a producer or fixer, just as an author. First, there was a huge appetite, even the hunger, in the foreign media for Ukrainian voices. What do the Ukrainians feel? A very popular personal columns and your personal stories, your personal experience. Formally speaking, how can the Ukrainian journalist highlight the war in his or her country, for instance? Or how can you be a serviceman, a soldier, and you haven't ever been a soldier before? So we were in the search of Ukrainian voices, what the Ukrainians feel. People wanted to get to know about that. But now it is the period when people more or less understand what Ukrainians feel. It is not that popular anymore as a demand from the foreign media, or request from the foreign media, because everybody knows that Ukrainians don't feel anything good. And the next challenge for me was to recommend myself as an author, so as people could have trust to my publications. As I am a Ukrainian journalist, many newsrooms or editors' offices could have an impression that the Ukrainian journalists are much more subjective, that they are not objective at all. So it was not that easy to pitch the topics, so as my topics were perceived and approved, but somehow I coped with that. I proved with my work that the Ukrainian journalists are professional and that they can work with the foreign media as well. The biggest shift or the change took place in November, when happened the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Then the interest has really gone down, and the amount of content decreased significantly. I am working with foreign media when there is the high interest for Ukraine, when the own correspondent is not enough, because mostly every media has his or her, foreign or even foreigner correspondent, and I am coming when one person is not enough, when they need more. So when Israel and Gaza happened, we understood that one correspondent would be enough. We don't need that many articles. So I began to think. I started to think how we can still keep attention on Ukraine, and the Ukrainian perspective should be voiced. Then I got a piece of advice from a foreign colleague who highlighted many wars. He named the example of Iraq. That first, there were lots of people who talked about Iraq all the time. Then they wrote only when there were substantial changes at the front line. And then the journalists came for anniversaries. So the dates are also working always. So let me confess, I started pitching the stories about the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion, about 10 years of occupation of Crimea, in November even, because I understood that in February there will be certain interest. We'll need much more materials about Ukraine, and even now we need to work for these dates, whatever it may sound cynical. You just understand that there are certain moments when the world media can't help writing about Ukraine. And obviously, it seems to me, when we have the splash or the outburst of other wars, when something is taking place, the news should be always interesting. The front line is always interesting, but I am the person who is not working at the front line itself. I am not with the soldiers in the trenches, and I don't create news. I create stories which are not connected with the news. And this is a different type of experience of search of topics which can be interesting. So when I pitch my stories, I'm just trying to find a different perspective of the war, which maybe is not that well represented in the media, so as it could get its attention.
We'll talk about the formats and approaches a bit later, but for now I would want to actually circle back to the question I asked and go to Miroslava. So what do you think international media could do differently covering the war during the war fatigue window since 2016 to 2022?
First of all, I would like to thank you, everyone who is in this hall, and especially Ukrainian journalists that are covering this war on a daily basis. And Ukrainian journalists have a most, I would say, difficult job, as they are balancing journalistic standards and duty and personal feelings. And I have to say that I, as a Ukrainian, have those personal feelings as well. But I understand the world we are living in and the outside demands as well. And I have to say that probably start from the story that this February I was in Ukraine, and I was, all my editors were telling me second year of the war. And I was trying to tell them it's not a second year of the war, it's a 10th year of the war. And I actually have had to change some of the leads to the stories because people did not remember. The war didn't start on February 24, 2022. It started much, much earlier. And what actually contributed to not understanding that, it's a really, really little knowledge of Ukraine. And the war, when the revolution started, the war started, as you mentioned, all the journalists were in Moscow, and there was a small number of people who were working in Ukraine. And actually it's not just it's contributed to misunderstanding of this war and misunderstanding of actually future development, as we saw even from not only from journalistic standpoint of view, not from public information, but in the national security sphere as well. Even intelligence did not really understood or assessed properly the strengths of Russian army, strengths of Ukrainian army, how the war can proceed. So all of that was a lot in this kind of lack of information that was coming from Ukraine to the world. And it's very important that, American and every foreign journalists were there when the full-scale invasion started. And actually, in the last 2 years, I would say there is a shift happened that the world really started being interested in Ukraine and changing understanding of the country. And actually, now we can say that people around the world know Ukraine. Do they know Ukraine well? Not, because it's still very, very short period of time to tell about the story of Ukraine, and it needs much more resources, human resources, financial resources to cover this war. Talking about what can be different, it's again, as Oliver said, I think very important point that it's all come down to individual editors, individual reporters who care about the issue, who can push and who can be champion for the issue in their newsrooms and their editorial boards. And as many journalists, foreign journalists, Ukraine can have on its and help to cover the story and encourage to cover the story and make the interest, share some interesting information as better. And unfortunately, the Russian disinformation is coming massively around the world. The story of Ukraine is told again by Russian bots and Russian trolls a lot. And to battle this disinformation, as we know, like every lie has to be battled with 10 truths, and it's very, very difficult to create that mass of truth around what is going on in Ukraine. And we have to, all of us have to make sure that we are not becoming a tool of sometimes of this Russian disinformation and Russian propaganda. Can we do something different? Yes, just be committed. Be committed to what we do and try to find others who can work with us and help us to tell the story.
Thank you, Miroslava. And actually, circling back to what you said about it all depends on the champions in the newsrooms and people who are committed to their coverage. We have a couple of champions in this panel. So I'm coming to you with a question, and I'm saying, out front, I'm not fishing for an apology or sort of, saying that we should have done everything differently. I'm asking a merely professional question. Covering Ukraine before the full-scale invasion, is there one thing you would do differently professionally? It can be anything from using a different format, using a different approach, hiring more Ukrainians, hiring more people in general to cover the topic, pushing it on the company level, whatever comes to your mind. I asked you all to be kind of concise in your answer because I do have a lot of other questions to ask you, and we have not a lot of time left. So back to Isabel, one thing you would do differently.
Well, I think we see now, just the language we use around the war is much different than it was before February 24th, 2022. These were editorial policies not set by me personally, and it was the same across a lot of newsrooms. But, there was language like Russian-backed separatists or pro-Russian separatists. I think, now we refer to them much more straightforward as proxies or Russian forces, things of that sort. So, I think this is a lessons learned thing, but typically it is dominoes. You see one newsroom do it one way, people don't want to go out on a limb with language, and sometimes things are murky, and it's difficult as a journalist, especially when you're in an organization of thousands of people, which is what, the Washington Post or The Economist as well, to, make these decisions, even if I might say we should use this terminology, sometimes that goes above my head, but it's good to see pretty uniform that kind of the language around who's fighting this war has changed.
Yeah, thank you. I did see a lot of crisis, Ukraine crisis, Kyiv spelled in a Russian way, and all sorts of things last night when I checked the coverage for before. Oliver, what is one thing you would do differently?
I was actually about to say exactly the same thing. I was covering the war from very early on in the Donbass, and we were, it wasn't as, it's always clearer looking back. I mean, I know the people in the audience who might say differently, but there was a murkiness to the situation at the start. We went through a number of iterations. I was freelancing at the start, and it really depended on which publication you were writing for. Eventually, I was working with the Independent as the Ukrainian correspondent, and I changed the way we referred to the forces as Russian-backed forces, which I thought was suitable at the time. But that was actually a struggle to get that through editors. I mean, looking back on it now, we might say proxies, and certainly I would use that term now. But I mean, just coming back to the general question, if we want to keep interest going, we've really got to avoid. What I would say is that state-backed journalism is always the worst form of journalism.
Sorry, can you please move the mic closer to you?
Okay,
Can
we hear that? Yeah. So state-backed journalism is the worst form of journalism, and if we're talking about trying to keep interest in Ukraine, we've got to look at a way. The major difference now, as I see it, is this information overload which Russia is adding to. And the idea is that in a dark room all cats are grey, and if we're as journalists want to break through that, language is important, but I think the main thing is finding a way to sparkle in that grey room, and I think we shouldn't move away from that idea. We need to make journalism interesting. But if you're talking about, there are many regrets. I'm not going to name all of them, but certainly the language at the start, of course, we know differently now.
I have to ask about one particular question I have. You spent years covering Ukraine, including from Moscow. It must have influenced the lens you covered Ukraine through. Have it, and would you change it? Would you probably, move to Kyiv to cover Ukraine?
Listen, I covered Ukraine for 2 years from the start from Ukraine. I don't fall into the standard Moscow correspondent. Look at him knowing nothing about Ukraine. I mean, my first visit to Ukraine was 1997 to Odessa, a lot earlier than many sort of Ukrainian correspondents. And I've been traveling to Ukraine pretty regularly since 2007. So yes, of course, you see things from a different perspective, but a multiple of perspectives isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think there is a case that some Moscow correspondents didn't have the knowledge of Ukraine, and they came here and they had to produce stuff, and they fell into traps, which were made for them by the Russian-backed proxies. But I mean, I'm not going to say je ne regrette rien. Of course, there are issues which I wish I knew better, but I don't think I was traveling a lot in the East. I think probably as much as anybody. So I had a good idea what was happening out there. But we also had to, the thing to remember is that, we were doing a job that unfortunately, people like Christina couldn't do because, it was simply too dangerous. And, we had a responsibility, and we were doing things that, obviously Ukrainian journalists would probably have done better and would probably have been able to get more information. But we were there because we had the ability to work there. And there were some things we couldn't do. And there's some things we had to work cleverly around. For example, I would put things at the end of an article sometimes so that it wouldn't be picked up necessarily by the people who were reading from Donetsk. But that didn't mean I didn't publish the material. So it was a complex situation. I would say, yeah.
I understand. I wouldn't agree that Ukrainian journalists weren't covering Russia from Russia because it was dangerous. It was
DNR. I'm talking about DNR, LNR. It was dangerous for them to go into the regions. That's why we were.
It was probably for many reasons. But I'll ask Piotr. Probably the language wasn't the issue for you. What was the issue? What would you do differently?
Question. Now, from the current perspective, I would say that in these first days, in the first months of the full-scale invasion, I probably would do more. Now I know that I would be able to go to other places and finding other interesting topics. Well, on the other hand, it's a matter of limited resources. So, thinking wider, yeah, there were many Polish reporters. Even before the full-scale invasion, they came, such as other Western reporters. They kind of were anticipating this, however it sounds. They were here. On the other hand, we saw that the resources of the Polish newsrooms, they are limited. So we would see how much, some Western newsrooms, they can afford much more, and we didn't have that level of opportunities. On the other hand, Polish reporters did a lot. Oliver might have said already. I see that there is this negative attitude that Polish media are overloaded sometimes with news from Ukraine, and it's not helpful. It doesn't add the actual understanding, and you can see it even today. Some ongoing flow of news from Ukraine, and even on large Polish internet portals. I don't know, like the Ukrainian army has this wonder weapon that Russia is afraid of. The next day, no, Russia has this wonder weapon that can affect the course of the war. It's nothing, and it's not helpful, and it's not really the coverage of the events here. So I don't know. I don't know if actually we could do things differently. It's a matter of experience. The scale of this war has affected. Let's be frank. There are many reporters here who previously didn't have experience working at the front line, and they didn't have knowledge about Ukraine. So this influences. On the other hand, very positive note. If we check what happened before 2014, how many Western media understood what Ukraine is before 2014? Not many. After 2014, well, the positive side of these events was that quite a lot of international reporters came up who understood what is going on here, and this was helpful. This helped also cover the invasion in 2022, even though, yeah, the scale was different, and
thank you.
The need for reporters
I actually
was
want
also
to dedicate some
big.
time to actually talk about the instruments and probably formats and approaches professionally that we can use to battle the war fatigue. We understand that the people read news when they're trendy and when their life depends on it, right? So Ukraine becomes less and less trendy. And I actually realized that just a month ago, I was at a journalism event, and at the casual lunch, we were speaking to a colleague from Czech Republic. And during a small talk, her first question was, how busy is Kyiv airport? And while I was picking up my jaw from the floor, because it is Czech Republic, it's very, very close to Ukraine, Nastya Stanko, who's actually here, started explaining in very much detail that it's just missiles that flying above Ukraine and so on and so forth. But this is very close, and this is where I realized that this is a journalist from a country very, very close by, and they don't even care enough to realize that there are no flights in Ukraine for the last 2.5 years. So my question is, for us in Ukraine, this is a battle that we can't afford to lose. It is something, well, I mean, we're on a mission, right? So we try to think about it all the time. At the Kyiv Independent, we, for example, realized that human suffering is not relevant anymore, nobody cares, so it has to be outstanding human suffering for someone to care. We realized that, you know, there are some pieces of war analysis that people like and some that are important that people don't. We start thinking about the long-form formats because we understand that people are tired from the news, but what if we pack it into a book or a documentary or something? Or what if we go on TikTok and try to make this war entertaining? And we will, if needed, right? So 2 questions for you. Do you think, and this is to the foreign reporters, I'll have a separate question to Christina and Miroslava. Do you think there is still a format or a topic that is very much in demand? What is still working in your experience?
Well, I guess I would disagree that interest has been lost in Ukraine. I mean, I literally right before this panel was on the phone with my editor, who is hopefully not watching this, who, you know, was upset that I haven't been writing enough lately, who said, you know, a story that I wrote before my recent vacation was one of our best trafficking stories.
That's good news.
Yeah, so I do think there's interest, even with 2 wars going on and with, you know, international staffs kind of split between Israel, Gaza, and also here. We haven't reduced our staff at all. You know, I think also what's important to point out is for those of us who are based in Ukraine, like myself, like Ali, you know, we really, really, really want to do work here. We really want to tell stories here. And I think what's frustrating for us sometimes is we don't always get the chance to because the front is closed off or, you know, we can't get access to certain officials. And, you know, the message I tell top-level officials here is right now you still have a situation more than 2 years in, remarkably, that a lot of big international staffs still have security advisors, armored vehicles. I have a staff of 8 people pretty consistently that all costs a lot of money. It's a big investment. And, you know, that's not going to last forever. And especially if my editors look around and are like, well, why haven't you been able to do any reporting from the front lately? Do we need the armored car? Do we need the security advisor? Then yeah, coverage will go down, staffs will decline. It will go back to this post-2016, 2017 situation that we saw before. I think that's also important. It's a two-way street. Those of us who are here, we want to keep writing about it. As far as formats, you know, I think we've seen that visual investigations and, you know, things like what the New York Times did in Bucha with their investigation, you know, those do generate a lot of interest and they do require a lot of resources. And I think, you know, at least speaking for my newsroom, we're still ready to dedicate that to Ukraine.
Thank you. That's actually a good point that it is a two-way street. I don't think the whole outcome of the war fatigue depends on it, but at the same time, it is not easy to be a reporter in Ukraine, even as a Ukrainian reporter. You know, very often, and it is a safety risk, we have to depend on personal connections to get to the front line, and that is not safe. So there's something we definitely can't solve on this panel. It's not a question to either one of us, but something worth mentioning. Thank you. Piotr, is there a format or a topic that is trending now? I mean, I understand that, you know, the decline is probably slower in Poland. Is there something specific to Poland that is very trendy on Ukraine now that people actually read?
Well, I really don't like this term fatigue from Ukraine. I hear that all the time. I cannot agree with that. Maybe it's my internal idea. But still, the world is changing. Because I just remember when, about in the 90s, when I was 15 years old, I started to follow the events at the Middle East. And I'm following that still. So many years have passed, but the conflict between Israel and Palestine is not over. Of course, we can all say that there are people who feel fatigue of that. Still, it's an important topic. And I hope that this war will be over sooner, but still. I don't know. In Poland, really, as you said, it's a different situation a bit. And it is really felt, I feel that. Someone tells me that Frontline is not any more interesting for the public, not that much. Maybe, but maybe not. Because recently I've published a little report from Donbass, from my trip, and it had rather nice coverage. Many people in Gazeta Wyborcza, readers, have read it. On the other hand, we are trying to think about the topics. Even last month I visited an event in Poland where they presented 40 newsrooms and editors' offices, mostly regional ones. So the topic of the discussions were which topics could be interesting for the Polish audience. And in fact, for instance, it turned out that we came to the conclusion that whatever is happening beyond the front line is interesting as well. The war covers the whole country, different layers of life. It turned out that Poland is interested in Ukrainian infrastructure, how it functions during the war, how it is possible. Well, of course, I know that it's very typical, but what about Ukrainian railways? How come that the war started and everything is still working? And the Ukrainian railways even have more work now. Evacuation trains, many other problems. That was very interesting, because during the same period we had lots of issues with Polish railways. It was always late even without the war. Yes. So, in fact, this is the question, the issue, because in Poland, it seems to me, what's the difference? The war is closer to us. People feel this fear. They want to know how you should function, how Ukraine is functioning, schools, hospitals, all the critical infrastructure. How does it function during the war? Because many people in Poland are afraid of this war. After 2022, many people who could afford themselves bought apartments or houses in Europe further from Ukraine. So it's a relevant topic. I really loved what Christina said about the anniversaries, about the dates. You know, there were so many anniversaries which seem to be that they were so long ago, but still. It could be liberation from Soviet and so on. I even wrote the article about the 80th anniversary of the deportation of Crimean Tatars. Through this lens, you can tell about anything about the Crimea of 2014 and what is taking place now. There are lots of opportunities here.
Thank you. And we have like 4.5 minutes left, and I have one last question to ask everyone, and I need you to be really short on that. But it's actually a philosophical question, so it's a kind of a challenge. Let's imagine that we can say something to the audiences that are not living in this war, but we really, really want them to focus on Ukraine, we want to make sure that they focus on Ukraine, that they still read news about Ukraine, that they pay attention to Ukraine, that they, engage to help Ukraine. What would you tell them? How would you say to them, why should they? And I mean, let's start from the.
Can I?
Of course.
Can I say something? Thank you. Actually, into your question, I think that what I find interesting for me and what I find people are looking for is bravery stories about Ukrainian courage, positive stories, the stories that Ukraine is fighting and not giving up. And that feels, people want to see that, people want to hear that, because they kind of in some way invested their time, energy, and a lot invested their own money, small or big, to support and help Ukraine. So, and the fact that we can tell those human stories about suffering but overcoming is something that I find people like a lot. And I have to say that, I mean, you told me, you said I'm Ukrainian journalist. I'm kind of both American and Ukrainian journalist. But I work for American media. And I have to say that we still have a page devoted directly to Ukraine. And that page is filled out every day with new information. And we do rotate in Ukraine, and at least 5 to 7 new TV stories are produced every month to tell the story of Ukraine to our audience. And as Isabel said, it's the budget issue is serious, and we always have to find we have to remember and understand that if foreign journalists are working in Ukraine, it costs a lot of money because of those security challenges that people see. And I do have this, and this issue of budgeting becoming more and more serious, at least for our coverage as well.
Okay, thank you, Miroslav. We actually have 1 minute left, so please. It's reducing to one word, basically answering the question. Something you would say, why should people keep caring about Ukraine? Volunteers, Oliver.
Well, it's pretty obvious. It's the biggest foreign policy issue of our generation. All I wanted to say is that, you know, sometimes we might think it's a bad thing, but what causes fatigue, news fatigue, it's constant exposure and it's repetitive content. Sometimes less is more. Actually being able to produce less things better. And here I absolutely agree with Izzy. Sometimes we do feel that we're not necessarily given the tools and the access. I know it's a difficult issue between security and access, but Izzy's right. While there's a possibility to influence the media, you know, the powers of the peace should do that. Unfortunately, we've seen a centralization. We've seen people go into their shells. We've seen jealousy when people, when certain actors have had good media rapport, and all those things are working against Ukraine at the moment.
Thank you.
Yep.
Isabel?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a war that will define kind of the global world order for, you know, decades to come. I mean, I think that's absolutely why people should care. You know, what's interesting to me is kind of the stories I hear from my editors, even, you know, all the way up to the Washington Post editor-in-chief, Sally Busby, that they want is to know more about the kind of country Ukraine is, you know, about, you know, how democracy is developing here and reforms that are happening here. And I think that's a really positive sign that maybe there wasn't this kind of interest in Ukraine as a country, you know, from 2014, but I think because of the investment the world is putting in, and also maybe social media and Ukrainians kind of able to showcase themselves a little bit more, I do sense higher interest in that, which is good.
It is good. Christina?
It seems to me the question is, to me, very obvious. So, just 2 short remarks to conclude. We say Ukrainian fatigue, but... And we very often blame Western media that they write about us not enough. But if we look at our media space, we can also see this fatigue among the people. We can see that in the number of views. Sometimes the article about what is taking place in the government, or even rumors that someone can be fired or not, can get more news than the report from the front line, which is much more risky, it is much more expensive, and maybe societally it's more important. So we can see this fatigue even in our country. And secondly, I did not answer that question before. I wanted to tell you about the example of one story. which shows that the war is taking place for 10 years already. This is the story which I consider is very important to be done. That is about the exchange of the prisoners. We were prisoners of war. We did it for the French newspaper Libération, and they put it onto their front page because this text was really resonating. So I met a Ukrainian POW who just crossed the border, and I asked him whom he'll make a call to, and he defended Mariupol. He was in the territorial defense. He said, I have no one to call to because I'm from Donetsk. And in 2014, I moved to Mariupol. The part of my family is in the occupied territory in Donetsk, and part of my friends are in the occupied Mariupol city. So really, he doesn't have anyone to call. So those are the stories about the prisoners of war and about the people who are living through the same story for several times already, can show the whole pain of this war again as well.
Thank you, Piotr.
It seems to me overall, if we speak about Ukraine, it's a universal story. I know it's a very highbrow word, but still, this is the story of the fight for freedom, for independence, and it seems to me that through that, it is the important story for everybody who values this freedom and independence in this world. I know, it's really highbrow, but still, it seems to me very important. So that is why Ukraine is still an important topic, in spite of maybe a bit of... Yes, that's true, that's true.
Well, thank you all. As the previous speaker just mentioned, battling war fatigue is definitely a joint effort. And I don't think that either international reporters separately or Ukrainian reporters separately can deliver a result, because this is an uphill battle. So I encourage you all who are here to talk to our panelists, probably in between the panels, and ask them, maybe there is something we can do together to try and keep the world's attention on Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our speakers and the doggy. So I would ask our supporters to show the QR code, because I'd like to tell you that the Ukrainska Pravda is involving 500 new readers to the club of Ukrainska Pravda, which will allow the editors to create high-quality materials, reports from the front line, foreign journalists' investigations. So I appeal for you, please QR this code and join the club of Ukrainska Pravda. If you become the member of Ukrainska Pravda, you will be able to directly communicate with the editor's office.
And back into So we are starting with panel 4. This is the case study. We look into war crimes in Ukraine. This is going to be the format of the presentation and conversations with one person. So let me invite Olesya Bida from the Kyiv Independent here. Make it louder, so that the others would hear, so that they come. And if possible, please show it on the screen. Thank you. Greetings. I will be talking about our investigation on the deportation of children from Mariupol. This investigation is called the Uprooted. In Ukrainian, the name is Children for Putin. This was our first investigation. When we opened our section and we started working in March 2023. Back then, we didn't have the arrest warrant for Maria Lvova-Belova, so the news in the media that it's been deportation were quite vague. I had been working with this topic before, and they saw that, well, there's no sincerity, there's no certainty if it's a war crime or not. The children are evacuated and not deported. And we saw that this was not the most popular topic, but we felt it's important. And when the arrest warrant came up, things changed rapidly. We saw that, lots of newsrooms, even the competitors, they were with us, they started investigating that, and this made us work faster. So we've made this film in 4.5 months instead of 6 months as planned originally. We decided to focus on one side from which the children were deported, Mariupol, and we followed the path there because it was different from the evacuations in Kherson, in Kharkiv, in Donetsk, in Luhansk regions, where the occupation was different. Here, you saw the children were deported immediately during the war. We found a video when the Russian military just put children into the vehicles and transported them. Nobody was even finding where the relatives are. We managed to ask a few witnesses, those who were directly deported or displaced. Yeah, of course, the Russian media covered that the children are being evacuated or they get healthcare. And in Donetsk, they had the whole network of facilities where children were sent and even kept, even though they needed no treatment sometimes. We got the list of 31 child. It was quite a well-known list because there was one child who Maria Lvova Belova took in foster care. She often spoke publicly that she took the children to Russia so that they would have some rest. She admitted that she took part in the deportation personally. Out of the list of these 31 child, when we started this work, only 4 children were returned to Ukraine. One boy, the Ukrainian government didn't name them, and as far as I know, they still keep this case for the ICC. And these are 3 children whom the father returned, the first of this group, and he went to Russia to take them back. But we saw the systemic nature in this. Children who ended up in this group of the deportees were children who lived in Mariupol or on earlier occupied territories. Often they were from the same family, like 3 or 4 children from the same family. Some the children had legal guardians, or they stayed in some boarding institutions, and on the premise of recreation and healthcare, they were deported to Russia. We decided to pick these children as the protagonists, those who were just one step away from being in the very same place as the children from this list of 31. We took some different children, not the ones in the previous photo, because we wanted to show someone with less media attention. These girls were in a hospital in Donetsk after their mom died. Also, these 2 boys, they tried to leave Mariupol on their own, and then they were forced to go to a hospital in Donetsk. And another boy who was wounded during the hostilities in Mariupol, and his relatives had the only option to evacuate him in Donetsk, otherwise he would die. All these children, they had been staying in different health facilities, but they kind of interlinked their parts with the group which we've investigated. And some of them even had documents which were really helpful in our investigation, because through those documents we managed to find out who was responsible for the deportation, who was complicit, because all these children could also end up in Russia or in Russian families. The challenges during work. As soon as I started working in this story, I started talking to the officials who have been investigating this in Ukraine. We had off-the-record conversations to understand what we do, what we know about this topic, and this probably had been the first conversation. So I asked one person, what do they know about Philip Golovna? This is actually the child whom Maria Lvova Belova took in foster care. And I said that we don't know if it's a real child or not. Well, this is what I heard from this official, and I was surprised to hear that, because it was very easy to verify that. But then I understood that at the highest level nobody took care. Essentially, we didn't get any response to our request for information, which we had been sending to the Ombudsman's office, to the Ministry of Social Policies, Ministry for Integration, the President's office. They all just wrote back, referring to another agency, from one to another. Moreover, we have this National Information Bureau, which collects the information about the deported children, but we were unable to get any statistical information from them. So we are officially speaking that Ukraine is searching about 20,000 deported children, but we don't have access to the information who these children are, where they're from, how old are they, whether they have legal guardians or not. So anyone in Ukraine. Sometimes it looked ridiculous because we've found different people, we've recorded videos, but then we understood that maybe this information was non-existent at the time. As I said, on every stage when we tried to find any information, we contacted the officials, and we understood that the officials actually have much less information than we do. There's a portal, the Children of War, where you can type the full name of a child and check whether the child is in the database of the deportees or not. When we started checking the children from the list we worked in this database, some of them was not mentioned there, even though the list was available for other organizations too. We knew that the list was not secret, but nobody inputted the children in the database. We couldn't find information about the children who were born on areas which had been occupied since 2014 in Donetsk and Luhansk, because we simply did not have access to that information. We didn't have access to any register from the occupied territories. So that was quite a challenge to understand that we don't know the number of children who were born in occupation, whom the Russians deported. When we started checking who these children are, how did they end up in Russia, what was their past, did they have any legal guardians, any parents? We wanted to recreate the whole chain of events, how all the children ended up in the Moscow region. So we started calling some of their relatives from Mariupol, and essentially in all the cases the numbers were invalid or already were used by other people. So we understood if people evacuated from Mariupol, they probably have left the city without the phone, and also it's quite possible that they just died in Mariupol, or they also were deported, such as these children. In one case we managed to find a family. We gave them a phone call, so 1 year after the child was deported into Russia, they were unable to find where the child is. We gave this information to human rights assistants who returned children, but we didn't include this in our film because for us the return of the child was more important than covering this in the film. The investigators will understand me, probably, because even when we were finding the children in social media, with their name and last name, and we needed to verify whether this is the child we're looking for, well, the face recognition program could not identify the child. Children look similar, so we could not verify the child through face identification. After Maria Lvova got the arrest warrant, the information from her TV channel, where she was actually quite active, publishing lots of information about the deportation, well, the posts started getting deleted. So we really needed to make sure all the information was stored properly. So I said that we decided to not publish some unique findings about this one child, but essentially at all the stages, for us it was important to tell about this group of children, about this list of 31 children, and how they were deported. But on the other hand, we wanted to keep their privacy, because we don't know what has been happening with them in Russia, in these Russian families. We clearly saw that in some moments when we tried to reach some of the children, it wasn't children who were responding to us, but somebody who was telling them what to do. Once the boy who was messaging us, he just copy-pasted the text which started with the words, "Tell her." So what did we manage to do? We've identified 20 children. We have found 9 Russian children who took them in foster care. So we've passed all this information to the law enforcement bodies and to human rights activists who work with this and who return children from the deportation. We've identified even specific addresses of the families and where these Ukrainian children live, and we've managed to find those responsible for the deportation. The main antagonist, Svetlana Maybarda, who was the main organizer of the process, he was sanctioned by Ukraine and the EU, and now we are preparing the submission about her to the US State Department. 3 cases from our film were included in the submission to the ICC. 2 children from the list were returned, and we understand, of course, that it's not only because of our efforts, but we've been actively communicating about them, and hopefully it helped. I know that the Russian authorities admitted that they are in the negotiations about the return of 3 more children from the list, and they provided this information. We saw some information on social media that these children want to return, and we also have been passing this to the law enforcement and the human rights activists. We visited the US some time ago, and we had 7 screenings in 2 weeks. We've met the officials, opinion leaders, the journalists, and we were telling this story to them about the deportation process, about how it happened in Ukraine. And in some cases, yes, they asked us to provide more information about this so that they would be able to also affect the inclusion of these children in the sanction lists, or making sure that these children return to Ukraine. I see that I have less than 30 seconds, and let's leave it for the Q&A.
Yes, we have the opportunity to pose several questions. Please raise your hands. We have a mic for that. So far there are no questions. I'd like to thank you for your work. Let's give a round of applause, because I am, as a father of a child who brought his child 2 days before the occupation of Bucha, I understand that it could be totally differently. So, do we have any questions? Lots of people who would like to pose a question. Okay, let's give one more round of applause, and thank you. Thank you. Let us go on, and now I give the floor to Yana Korniychuk from Slidstvo.Info. She will also tell us about their super cool case. Good day. I will tell you about Him Too. This is the documentary which we created in Slidstvo.Info, and it tells about the Ukrainian men who were grieved or harassed by Russians. This is about sexual violence. Sexual violence is a very triggering topic in our society. We understand what was the reaction of the people after Bucha was occupied in 2022, and when the story started about the raped women. As for the men, it's even more perverted type of a crime, considering that our society is going towards tolerance and so on, but still we cannot just imagine that. And this is the crime which is mostly silent about because of some gender prejudices, because it's that men don't have the right to cry, it's their habit to be silent, they need to live through that on their own and not to tell anyone about that in spite of whatever happened with them. This film is about the sexual violence against men, and we collected the stories of 4 men here who were abused and lived through sexual violence during the occupation of Kherson region and city. These men decided to tell about their experience in torture chambers of Kherson during the occupation of Kherson city, and we are immensely grateful for that, because if not their courage and their wish to achieve justice, this film would never exist. We were cooperating. Well, we wrote the request to the Prosecutor General Office, and during the more than 2 years of Russo-Ukrainian war, there have been registered more than 280 cases of sexual violence. I think that this number has increased because we noticed the tendency. We communicated with the head of the police department of Kherson region. They had one number of people, the victims of sexual violence, and in 2 months this number increased already. Among those 280 cases, 101 case is about men, and 50 men who were victims of sexual violence. It happened in Kherson region, in torture chambers. Those are not just separate cases which took place in certain villages or anywhere when they just came to men and claimed that. No, it was systematic. When the men first were taken to the torture chambers, and then to force them speak or do anything, they used this type of violence against them. And again, when we started the work on this material, it shouldn't have been the film about sexual violence against men. We were basing upon the book of Slavenka Drakulich, when, as if I'm not here, she tells in this story about, in this book, about a woman who was a victim of war in Bosnia. She was tortured, and thanks to the statement and evidence of this woman, this statement went to the ICC, and the military from Serbia who did that was punished. So this is the story when we don't only see the victims, we say victims, the victims of sexual violence, but we have the people, finally, who were punished for such crimes. So it's a motivating story, if I may say so, though it may seem cynical, because the evil should be punished. Then we, in Slidstvo.Info, were engaged in this idea to create something like that about Ukrainian reality. So first, we were beginning to try to find women. Somehow it was suspended, and then during another cycle of communication with the law enforcement authorities, we got to know that there are cases with men who were abused and sexual violence as well, and we decided to focus on that. During the work on this film, we faced communication with many law enforcement authorities. It was not always a constructive dialogue, but still, all of the 4 characters of our film are from Kherson city. Mostly we were speaking with prosecutors and police officers from Kherson, and they were super ready for these stories to be heard. Of course, they did not just give us the contacts of these people or anything, but they were really conscious. They understood that why we should speak about that. I would also like to emphasize that before us, this topic was never highlighted in this context. And I'd like to emphasize as well that this film is not about sexual violence against men. It's not the film about some loud topic and with the word sex in it. This is the film about the men who lived through that and found strength to begin speaking about that. The 4 men we were communicating with, 3 of them, after they were liberated after capture, they went to the psychologist first and foremost. They started to take different medicines to totally bring back their welfare. They had some issues in the family. One of our characters is the priest, and he never hid his personality. Another one was a system administrator at the factory. It is just a usual job, usual man. And 2 more men were communicating without showing their faces. One of them is the former police officer, who was just before the war. First he left his work from police, and then he recently came back from the trip. He was in fact the one who was dealing with pirates, and the other one is a young man with the family and the business in Kherson. All of them were blamed for pro-Ukrainian position, though the latter, who had the cafe, he was helping the strikers, because when the Russians were trying in the beginning of March and the end of February to drive them away, he brought them water so as they could wash their faces after the gas attack. And that is why in several months they came to him and detained him. The story of this man, Oleg's story, is the most awful, because he had a real rape. It was not just sexual violence with... Well, I cannot say just sexual violence, obviously, but still, it's the scariest, the most awful thing. The rest of the 3 men were affected as well, but still, because they were electrocuted, they were tortured, they were threatened, but this man was raped. And this is really courageous that they started to speak about that. They did not just agree to communicate with us because they did not understand. No, vice versa. When they were speaking, their thoughts were so well structured. They had a certain objective. They wanted those perpetrators who committed those crimes to be punished. That is why they agreed to communicate with us. And 2 of them even decided to show their faces, because we understand that the men who lived through sexual violence, is a very triggering topic in our society, as I already mentioned, and no one knows what could be the response of the society. But they were not afraid of that. The priest even insisted that it's not shameful to speak about that we need to speak about that, we shouldn't be afraid of that. I fully support him in that. And when what we were challenged with when we were working on that, after we already understood the stories of the characters, we began to research the topic of sexual violence against men in the world. So to provide certain background in our film, to tell the story in more details, we needed an expert who would obviously tell us what was happening in the world and whether the Russians have committed such crimes before. It led to the situation that we went to a multitude of famous Ukrainian historians and who are publishing books for the foreign audience, and many of them refused to work with us. Some of them said that I'm not researching this topic, or they said I'm not researching it on purpose. So we were searching for it for a long time, and finally we found a person. But the situation was that there was no information, or not that much information, about this type of war crimes. It happened at the Middle East, in Syria, and in African countries. But there aren't so few researchers, and not that many people are ready to speak about that, not that many people are ready to talk about that. Finally, we communicated with Anton Drabovich. He's the head of the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory, and he explained to us and told about such practices of Russia before, about their jail culture, about Gulag, and so on. So his famous word is that Russia is a big jail. And he mentioned those examples that people are permanently watching Russian propaganda TV shows, and even in the TV shows they propagate this brigade TV show. It is developed during the years because all of that started since the Soviet times, and it led to what we have now. And if they are not ashamed to do that in their own country, why should they be ashamed to do that in the country which they decided to conquer? And he also confirmed that there is a certain systematic character in that, and that sexual violence is not just a whim of a person or some separate cases, when some head of the torture chamber decided to become intimate with the detainee. No, it's not about that. It's about breaking the person. It's about making the person speak, or to deprive a person of everything. So when I remembered Oleg, the man who was raped, after they committed that to him, they still did not let him go. They let him go only after his wife came to them and paid 100,000 hryvnia. Only after that they forced him to write a receipt that he was never tortured, there was not a single physical torture against him, and only then they let him go. So he told us after that they let me go, but still I have a young wife, and when I was detained I had a son who was only 5 months old, so a baby who was just born during the occupation of Kherson city. And now he reflected on that. When you communicate with him, because it's hard for him to tell about that, you can see how he's trying to become strong to protect himself and the family from the hell which they lived through. And Oleg, if we move to the part which is more motivating, a level up, I would say, he invented such a mission for himself. He created a group in Kherson where the people are gathering who also lived through sexual violence cases. They all gather together during a certain day of the week. It's a kind of a therapy. A huge piece of work, group of men. When we visited Kherson, we showed this film in Kherson, and in fact not that many people came to watch it, because you see, Kherson is under shelling. We showed this film in the basement, in the shelter. There were, I don't know, about 15 people only, and still, when we left, I was one of the last to leave. All of our viewers have left, and then a man approached me, and I told them that Oleg created this organization. It's not even the official organization, no, he just initiated that, and he's disseminating this idea so as the men who lived through sexual violence could gather together and speak about that. So I told about that in Kherson, and Wayan was one of the last to leave this basement. A man approached me who was just standing and silently, and he asked me, "Can you give me the contact of Oleg? Because I was detained as well, I lived through something like that. Could you please give me that contact?" And I said, "Yes, sure, let me give you his contact." In a week, they met for the first time, and Oleg was really inspired, because he said that first we spoke by phone with him, we communicated. He came to us and we shared our stories. It is really cool because it has become easier for him. That's why we created this film. Because this film is not just an investigation, it's not just the comment of the people, it's not a report, it's just a film that you should share. If you lived something through like this, you should share with the people. There is nothing awful in that. And we would like to give a signal to the people, not only to the men, in fact, just to any person who lived through the sexual violence by the occupiers. Don't be afraid to speak about that, and understand that people who lived through that are not to blame for that. I'm out of time already. So, in fact, I've told already about everything. The point that according to the international law, sexual violence is the war crime. And maybe if you've got any questions and time for the Q&A session, I would be happy to answer. Thank you for such a wonderful work. My case is that in the end of 2022, I was working with one of the monitoring missions, and I was listening to 110 stories of Bucha residents during a week. And I had several men who were also captured, and when they came to this kind of conversation, that stopped. They couldn't tell anything about the capture. So I understand what you lived through while working on this film. There is a question here. Good evening, Yegor Belenda, Detector Media. Thank you for your work. I have the following question. How do you see your documentary researchers can help to in fact the investigation of these war crimes of Russians at the international level? Because you know that it has been committed in Syria and in other countries. How do you see the further communication using your achievements in the development of this topic? Thank you for the question. We presented this film in the end of March. Not that much time passed, but I know that some of the excerpts of the film were screened in New York when the prosecutor Kostin and Kislitsa had a speech there. I don't remember who organized that, but it was a specialized event devoted to the topic of sexual violence against men. And we were asked to show this film and to show all of that to the international community. I will not repeat that this film is of course translated into English, that this text is translated as well, that we disseminated it thanks to the partners from OCCRP just in several days for the international community. It's more of a media community. After that, we got a request from the Ministry of Justice, and they asked this video as well to screen it in the criminal court. They are preparing certain cases, so they asked for the excerpts, maybe shorter excerpts, and the most prominent or obvious parts to show them for the international community. In Slidstvo.Info, we are interested so as this film could help in the advocacy of these crimes in the world. If it is just some small story of ours, yes, it's cool that we told about it, but we have a bit of a broader objective to speak about that in the world, so as that wouldn't be forgotten and it could be documented. Because if you look at the stories which took place before, not that much of attention is paid to that, though in my opinion this is one of the most awful war crimes, a rape as it is, against both men and women. And if we, the more we show them at the conferences and the events where our state is taking part, and if they show this film, then it seems to me it will be having certain sense. And I'm planning to go on with this topic. This is not the end after the uploading of this film in YouTube. Any other questions? Okay, then a round of applause again, and thank you for your work. Really, it's a cool work. Well, all of the works here are cool still.
І я на цю сцену запрошую Валерію Єгошину з схем Радіо Свобода.
So now I give the floor to Valeriya Yegoshina from Scheme, Radio Free Europe.
Thank you for the introduction.
I would like to talk about one of our works in the series on war crimes, and it was not the investigation that got most audience views, but it was the dearest to my heart. So you see the cover of that story. Let me tell you about how we started investigating war crimes. Well, it might seem obvious, but still, de-occupation of Kharkiv region. And the de-occupied Kiev, we went there to film, and in Kharkiv region we already kind of were prepared. So in a week or in 2 weeks when we worked there, me and Kira Tolstukova, the editor-in-chief, we've collected enough materials for 5 investigations. So the city of Biletska was the second investigation from that trip in September 2022. And for me, that had been quite an important story. Let me tell you why. Essentially, we should have done this faster. So we ended up in Kharkiv region, and essentially we were just driving around different locations there, Izum, Balaklia, Shevchenkova, and some smaller villages, and essentially we just talked to people. We were trying to find documents, and I had just full bags of documents at some moment, so I had to screen, had to look through this rubbish and blood-stained uniform of the Russian soldiers and to pick the papers. And well, this gut feeling has led us to successful investigations. These 2 men were the protagonists. The elder one was tortured in a police station in Balaklia. So he's holding his hand like that because he was showing how he was put into this room and somebody stomped his face. So his jaw was broken, his face was in blood. But still, they saw that he's an elderly man, he was injured visibly, so they took pity. They were holding him there, but they didn't interrogate him much. But he was in cell number 1, so he was hearing everything which was happening there in the torture chamber set up in the police station. And he kept a diary, a very thorough diary. So later we could just align the dates from other sources with what this man was writing down. the person with his hands up was showing the position which the Russian soldiers called the swallow, because they made him take his hands up, and then they were hitting him with the baton in the ribs, and he then had some significant health repercussions. So after we've collected the documents and the witness statements, then we've left back, and we didn't understand what we should do initially, because we, first of all, we didn't have much experience, and we've collected so much material and so much grief that we needed to digest it all. So first, I started investigating the burial sites in the forests of Izum, and then I started thinking, what can I do with the Balaklia, with the story of these two men? For us as the investigators, it was not enough to just show the testimonies of these people. We must investigate something. So the most obvious thing that we can investigate is try to establish the perpetrators, those who tortured him. But we didn't understand how. They just gave us a few characteristics, but, well, essentially any Russian soldier could fit those. They all have some accent and so on. So when I had some free time, I just came back to Balaklia, and I just walked around the city. I looked into the territory. This is a large garage, a logistics company, where one of the Russian HQs in Balaklia was stationed. The investigators already have combed it, but even after the investigators, I still managed to collect like half a bag of documents, and actually the investigators have missed quite important documents. Then I saw that, well, the investigation comes together when I got the information from a pen drive which one deputy commander for political affairs left. There were hundreds of lists with thousands of names. Then, I've been reading all this for 2 months, and then I understood that he was preparing the lists to award Russian soldiers for bravery and courage during the occupation of Balaklia. Oh, I think you can't read all of that. So one of these nominated guys, he briefly outlines what he did. He was brave during the artillery shelling of the command post. He personally took part in the evacuation of secret documents, and he did not enable the loss of the media with state secrets. He was awarded. So he essentially was the OPSEC guy of the 11th Arms Corps, and he actually left some of the secret documents there. So we decided to start into his story. First of all, because, well, we had quite a lot of information, and we decided also to start with him, because this was a way to verify the contents of this pen drive. We've found him, we've found his relatives, we've learned that indeed he got the award. His wife was proud when she told that, yeah, he now gets a bonus for this award. Another proof of validity for this pen drive was this document. As I said, we've got these bags of documents. First we didn't understand why, but then after reading this pen drive for 2 months, I saw some familiar names. There were similar names on handwritten documents and on the pen drive, and I remember that, okay, I saw this name in the bag. So yeah, turned out that we had the original on the pen drive and the printed version in the bag. Then from the pen drive we've selected 5 people who were awarded for the so-called work with civilian population. Then we need to identify who the civilians were, because this work, the wording, work with civilian population, knowing that this is Deputy Commander on Political Affairs. That seemed suspicious. So we started IDing them. This is Colonel Kilmanov. He was the Commander for Political Affairs in Russia, and he was also keeping the same position in Balaklia. He got the award with this wording: organized work with peaceful population to identify people who have negative attitudes towards the Russian army to avoid any negative impact. One of the ID'd people was the FSB employee, and he caused the most trouble to us. But he became the most successful case, essentially, because on him we had 3 nominations for awards. And for him, they said that he personally identified 8 artillery spotters and observers and people with nationalistic attitudes. So this employee, the chief operative of the Federal Security Service of Russia, Kashirsky, they only gave his initials, PP. And Russia is a very big country, and out of 140 million people, they have a lot of PP Kashirsky. And as he also was an employee of the FSB, it was not so easy to identify the Kashirsky we needed, because of course FSB guys, they don't advertise their place of work. However, now I can admit it, I just placed a bet, essentially. I took one of the Kashirsky by chance, because essentially in Russia almost all the men somehow they either have military service or they work in law enforcement. It was difficult to pick, and at the end we had like 5 Kashirsky in the shortlist. So I picked randomly. Yeah, you must be the Kashirsky who tortured people. So we made these lists, the short lists, we did check everyone, then we selected the Kashirsky we needed, then we submitted this guy into the deeper search, then we called him. Of course he said that he doesn't know where Balaklia is, but still I understood that, yeah, this is the guy. He was actively denying his participation. Well, but anyway, we've published the news, we've published the story, and then after the story we've received quite a significant impact, because Kashirsky, well, the law enforcement bodies of Ukraine opened a criminal case on him. Over 1 million views we've got, and the locals in Balaklia started calling the prosecutor's office and saying, yeah, this is the guy who tortured us. So they all confirmed that it was Pavlo Kashirsky. So this was, I think, the first case with the notice of suspicion in Kharkiv region. So I said in the beginning that I should have done this earlier, because I think there were 5 people who identified Kashirsky, but the man who was showing this swallow pose, he died a few days before this film was screened. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. No questions. Let's give a round of applause. Okay, thank you. We continue. I would like to give the floor to Alla Sadovnik from Suspilne. There are many people from Suspilne here, and it's great. Greetings. Thanks for inviting. I would like to apologize. I am a lazy speaker, so I will show you pictures and not give many words. Let me tell you about our investigation, which comprises of 2 films. It took us over a year, And we did a seemingly impossible thing. And we did some crazy things, but it was worth it because we managed to find a person, and we didn't think it was possible in the beginning. We found a war criminal responsible for war crimes in Yahidne, Chernihiv region. You must have heard about Yahidne, a village 20 kilometers from Chernihiv. From March 3, 2022 until March 30, it was under occupation. And the Russian military, when they entered the village, they just rounded up all the residents there. Only a few very elderly people stayed at home, but even families with children a few weeks old, they were gathered in this basement. So it's about 100 square meters in the cellar, and there are 67 children and about 200 adults. So it's less than 1 square meter per person. So only children could sleep lying down. All the others had to sit, and it caused significant health consequences. Some people still are recovering from this experience, and 10 elderly people died from these inhumane conditions there, because they didn't get enough air, they didn't get enough food, and they were not getting any health care. Yahidne essentially was a war crime that comprised of several crimes. Besides inhumane treatment and cruel treatment and illegal detention of the civilian population, they also used humans as they used the civilians as a human shield. On the ground floor, on the first floor of the local school in Yahidne, well, it's not a school, it's a kindergarten, the Russians set up the HQ, but they were holding the civilians in the basement. Ukrainian army knew that the civilians are in the basement, so they could not hit the HQ with the proper artillery strike. We came to Yahidne in July 2022, and the Chernihiv law enforcement bodies, they already were investigating, they had a criminal case, and they even have indicted a few people of Tuva ethnicity from the 55th Brigade. And it's true. The Tuva guys were there, where they were actually rounding up people, they lived in the buildings, but when we talked to the residents of Yahidne, understood that it was not people of Tuva ethnicity who actually kept them, who were limiting the freedom for the civilians. These Tuva guys were fulfilling the orders of some people of Slavic ethnicity. And in the 55th Brigade, actually, most of the people there are of Tuva origin. So we wanted to clarify who was responsible for setting up this HQ on the ground floor of the school. In the investigation, what was helpful was some radiocomms document which we found in Vishneva, a village quite far from Yahidne. And when we came there, we took a reconnaissance trip around. There was a sawmill in Vishneva, and even though the law enforcement guys, they have checked there, we still managed to find the documents, this radiocom document. And Inna Biletska is also here. She actually found this roster. She is the driver of our investigations. When we were in Vishneva, when we entered this lumber mill, Inna went straight to the rubbish basket. She wanted to look into the papers. She had this hunch, and it's fantastic. She always has this gut feeling. So we managed to find this radiocom document. So actually we found out that besides the 55th Brigade, there was the 74th Brigade in Yahidne from Yurha. And we thought, well, maybe this is these guys, but then the reconnaissance, the Ukrainian intel said that also the service persons from 228th Regiment were there, and this was confirmed by the documents we found in the neighboring village of Shestovice. And the locals in Shestovice said that in early March there was an HQ set up in the village council, and after it was shelled by the Ukrainian army, then the Russians moved elsewhere. So then we started suspecting that maybe the Russians moved to Yahidne, and it was the HQ of the 228th Regiment. But we needed to verify that. So we decided to start calling these guys of Tuva origin. We knew that they were in Yahidne. So we just found some phone numbers, and some of them actually speak very bad Russian, so we only spoke to those who could speak Russian, and the guys whom we asked, they said something unintelligible, but this guy whom you see on the screen, first of all, he admitted that he was in Yahidne. And why? Because he thought that it is Major Leontieva from the HQ of his brigade, because she's received some complaints on the bad behavior of the 55th Brigade, and she was investigating this, so he was a bit scared. Oh, it's the Major from the HQ who is calling, so he started responding. And my colleague said, okay, so who was there in this school? And he said, it was the 228th Regiment. So we were like, bingo!
So this one of the proofs. We needed more evidence, and we had a surname and the name of one of the Russian officers. Surname was remembered by the resident of Yahidne, Valery. He just heard how one of the Russian officers named him. The name of this man on the screen is Andrei Timoshenkov. And in fact, Andrei he remembered the name Timoshenkov because it sounded like Timoshenko. So we found this man, and we also made a call. He instantly confessed that he used to be in Yahidne. He told that the people were going to the basement voluntarily, and that the Russians had very good attitude to them. He never refused that he was in Yahidne. We knew that he is from the 228th Regiment, and he was just excusing their actions. And here is Valery Polhui. This is the resident and the main witness of our investigations. He was the one who was communicating most of all with the Russian officers, because when they brought all the people to the basement, they instantly told that we will not communicate with all of you. We will communicate only with one person. And Valery Polhui, as the village MP, he was delegated for that. That is why he remembered all those Russians. And he told about Timoshenkov and two other Russian officers who were the most important ones among the Russians, with sign names Klon and Pauk, Spider. The Spider was older, but he did not communicate with civilians mostly, and as it was told, he was much more adequate. He did not shout at people, he was not claiming something, but the Cleon Mabel, who was the youngest, was very cruel. He was the one who banned something elementary when people came to him with certain requests. To allow to take the child to the fresh air. An older lady came to ask for her grandson or granddaughter. He answered, let your child die, it's the war. And in October 2022, we had the film, The Diary of a Survivor. Why The Diary of a Survivor? Because it is based not only upon the evidence and statements on the residents of Yahidne, but also Olga Omelyanchuk, who was staying in the basement with her family, who lived through this occupation, and secretly, without any lighting in the basement, she noted down her memories, not to lose all of that, because whoever was even staying in the basement, they didn't know whether they will be able to survive. There were a bit different cases when the drunk Russian military were going to the basement and threatening them with grenades. So she hoped that at least this diary would survive. It is one of the evidences which we used in our film. And in our film, we also named this 228th Regiment, which was responsible for detaining people. But you know, there was the feeling that we did not accomplish our job, because this maple, klon, and pauk, spider, were not found. But how can you find a person if you have only a description and a sign name? The maple had light hair, he had a beard and light eyes. Just look around and imagine how many people can match with such description, especially in Russia. And we thought that maybe we would fail, because we didn't have any leads, but the leads emerged, and whatever it may seem weird, the Russian singer Yulia Chicherina helped us in that, because in February 2023 she went with Vadim Samoilov to make a performance to the Kreminsky forest, to have a performance for the Russian occupiers, and she was actively posting the videos from these concerts. And at one of these videos, the Yagidne residents recognized Klon, the maple. He was sitting and petting the dog of Chicherina, and he was talking to the dog. And what's important, before I show you this man, that Vadim Samoilov wrote that they had a performance in front of the 228th Regiment. It was the confirmation that we did not fail, and it was on the 15th of February. On the 14th of February, they became a Guard regiment. So we had a picture of Klon. We were happy, just it seemed that we can instantly find him. Whatever you may need, we have the face. But it did not turn out to be that easy. The cap, the uniform and the search systems, maybe you know that there are certain search systems that can identify the faces in the social media, in Google, in Yandex. And whatever those search systems showed, people could not identify that. Yagidne residents got dozens or hundreds of pictures of different people who, in our opinion, were just really a copy of the man on the picture. And the Yagidne residents said, well, no, it's not him, and that is not him, and that is not him as well. So up to 2 months we were searching through different search engines. Whatever we did, maybe not 2 months, but a month. We tried whatever we could, nothing helped. And finally we decided that we need to go along a different way, through the work under the cover. So to lie, to tell lies to the Russians. And we had several ideas. First, we wrote in the social media to those who we identified that they are from 228th Regiment. We also wrote to the military who were identified in the video from the concert of Chicherina. And we even decided to use the real military soldier from 228th Regiment, and his picture. We created his fake account in Telegram for him, and we wrote from his behalf to his brothers-in-arms, hoping that they believe that that's him and they will send the phone number. But they did not believe. They did not believe us, because after elementary questions our legend failed, and we needed to invent something more efficient. I remember that we were talking to my friend, and he said, why don't you write that you are volunteers? And he, for instance, ordered the boots, and you lost his contacts. I thought, that's a good idea. And in fact, those boots, military boots, helped us. We were writing to different people, even using the billing data which we had. And finally we wrote to the head of the ensemble of song and dance, who was at the concert together with Chicherina, and he said, I can help you. He recognized this Klon at the picture. I reminded him next day, and he sent me the name, Semyon, and the phone number. So some of the residents of Yagidne remembered that his name was Semyon. So that's it, because we finally found out who Klon is. That is Semyon Solovov. He's captain from the artillery division of the 228th Regiment, and we even managed to communicate with him. First, we made a call to him, but he never answered. He wrote that we should write texts. We found out that he was in Luhansk region. He even offered to meet him in Luhansk city. When we finally could talk to him and we introduced ourselves, we didn't even have enough time to say. We said that we were searching for him because of the events in Yagidne. He said, no, obviously you are mistaken. But then he wrote long speeches that Klon died, and he just knew Klon, and he was just using his SIM card, and that Klon was really saving people. That was really nuisance. So after we collected all the information about him, we gave it to the law enforcement authorities. He already got the notice of suspicion, and we are getting ready to give the indictment to the court. Thank you. That's it from me. Thank you for your work. I just got myself on the idea that OSINT experts know and communicate in Vkontakte very often. I just looked at the screenshot. I even forgot how it looked like, this social media. Do we have any questions? There are no questions. So thank you again. And also I got one more idea. I promised this special guest, but we have the picture of hers here. So I would like us to give a round of applause to the wonderful foundation Come Back Alive, because they celebrate their birthday today. I collected some info and found out that they already collected 11 billion, and that is just incredible. Though I just got 30,000 of donation to buy a vehicle, so I thank a person who donated it. So I'd like to give the floor to Olga Omelyanchuk from Come Back Alive Foundation, so as she could tell us about the cool cases of cooperation of media with the foundation, and happy birthday to your foundation. Hello everyone, my name is Ola, and I am in the foundation as the Communications and Marketing Manager. It's not that convenient for me to give a speech after the colleagues who are conducting investigations. So I'm here just... How does it work? To thank you and to tell you about us. In fact, today the foundation Come Back Alive is 10 years old. So we collected more than 11.5 billion hryvnia for the defense forces. The biggest part of this money was collected after the beginning of the new stage of Russo-Ukrainian war, after the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And how I like to joke with my colleagues that in my second life I'm a journalist as well. I'm cooperating with reporters, I'm writing for Radio Freedom, and I really believe, and I definitely know, that part of this money was collected thanks to the media, thanks to my colleagues. And let me now tell you about that in more details. We're implementing approximately 50 projects per year. Mostly those are super-military projects, in particular procurement of weapons. Recently we are procuring mortars and lots of different types of armament, and we implement the projects together with the businesses and other charitable facilities. I saw that I'm not in the agenda. I thought that I'm the black box. We have the story of black box here. We collected... We were crowdfunding 225 billion hryvnia together with the main intelligence department for the air defense. Then one more project of 400 million, and unity operations, 2 operations with other fundraising platform, United 24 and Monobank. So in fact, in each of these cases, to this or that extent, there was the share of the media involvement. This is the share. The first figure, almost 86,000 of mentions, is the number of mentions of our foundation in 2022. 57 and a half thousand is the number of mentions in 2023. And in fact, this is what helps us, the charitable organization in Ukraine, one of the biggest in Ukraine, to keep on surface, to create the weight of the brand, and it helps us to be heard. And to some extent, those are just news, which are posted by the media. We are quoted, we are subtitled, it is done pro bono, and we are really grateful for that. I understand that in 2024, the figure will be even lower than 57.5 thousand mentions, but still this indicator is really high, and I'm really grateful for everyone who is cooperating with us, who is taking our news, who is responding to our releases, who is offering something on his or her own, who takes some of the news leads from Facebook. It's really valuable. And not only quoting and mentions of our foundation help us collect and crowdfund this 11.5 billion, those are also creative collaborations. They're really numerous. I wanted to be really not too long. This is the case with Inter, when we were just having several editions of comic books created for our foundation for the biggest donation, and the biggest donation was 2.7 million hryvnia. This is a super cool case when the media and creative workers were able to create a nice product. And at the moment when we are saying that we will give away the comic books, those comic books did not exist so far. It was just a cool creative collaboration, and I would like to express my gratitude for this example of a creative story. I don't like to measure everything by money, because the creative collaborations and the mentions in the media is super valuable, but altogether we have the examples of crowdfunding. They are much more numerous. First, I'll tell you about those which were not listed here. First, we crowdfunded 10 million hryvnia for Crimea. This year we had more than 1 million with the military. We have also individual crowdfunding with the journalists, and they have big sums of money for 1.7 million and so on. And I decided to tell about these four because they are really demonstrative. More than 304,000 were crowdfunded for righteous anger, that is for sniping, and it was done during 12 minutes in the TV marathon together with the ICTV channel. I wouldn't say that I would never believe it could take place, but I thought that we would collect about 100,000 more or less. But we decided to invite, together with the host, a sniper who will get this help. He was with his rifle and he told why it is important. And during these 12 minutes, we crowdfunded more than 304,000. It was super cool. It was in January or December of 2023-2024. Last week, there was a report for the Aero Intelligence League at the 1+1 TV channel. That was our project for UAV systems, and this was 420,000 hryvnia. It was not live. Those are reports, and there was a QR code shown during the whole report, so we managed to collect so much money. This report was shown more than once. Now we are collecting 200,000 with Radio NV, and next week we are planning to provide the media group and with Nakipilo for 2 million hryvnia. They have cases when they collected more, and it's important for me to mention now that both regional media and the national media and radio and TV and printed media and online editions, you all can and have to, as it seems to me, you have to help, and I thank you for that as well. And now, if there are any questions, please pose them, and thank you for the invitation. And again, we congratulate you with the birthday of your foundation. Are there any questions? There is gratitude, and I thank you as well. That is really cool. Thank you so much. Okay, then, we are finalizing this panel, and you will see me on the stage not that long, because I'd like to invite here Eugene Zaslavskyi,
Sevgil Musaeva.
Sevgil Musaeva, and now we begin something what they will tell you about. I am the person who is trying to intrigue you during the whole day. Hello, dear friends, again. We are now announcing the award ceremony which you launched before the conference took place. It seems to us that it's important every year to elect the best, as we consider the works, to highlight them, to show the tendencies and trends, and to award cool journalists who have invested into the stories which are impacting. And somehow it seems to me that I hear myself. So, in fact, this is the subjective view, but of course, when we selected the works, we were trying to discuss that with the colleagues from other outlets and with each other. I think that you will agree with our assessment, so we can start. Yes, let's start. Okay. I don't remember the order of the slides. Do we have the slide for that? So first I name the person and then you show him or her, right?
We didn't rehearse it, so sorry. So the first person is Olesya Bida, with the story of Children for Putin. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Kiev Independent. This is the first video investigation which you did, right? So, indeed, you've set the bar very high, top quality. Thank you for this. And thank you for the work you've been doing, because you travel the world, you tell about the investigation and its impact. And I understand that indirectly this helps to, well, with the future verdict for Putin. So, thank you. Alexander Ostapa is giving the award. The award actually was done by Ukrainian sculptor Igor Hrychanik, who is a member of Ukrainska Pravda club. He did this in 10 days. Thank you. Igor is here. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we wish all the success. We know that this film, Uprooted, or Children for Putin, already got several nominations in Ukraine and internationally, and we hope that more and more Ukrainian investigations would be recognized globally. So thank you so much for your work. The next nomination, and I would like to ask Anna Kalushna here. Anna. She was moderating a panel today, and you know, when we nominated on the best war reporting, well, and of course the reporters of Ukrainska Pravda cannot take part in the competition, and Anna Kalushna was in all the possible shortlists submitted by the colleagues. They all spoke very kindly about you, so thank you for your bravery, thank you for being emotional. Sometimes I disagree with you, but you are so sincere, you're so cool. Thank you. On behalf of Bucha Conference, thank you for your work. Thank you. I know, we're not giving them the floor. Maybe we should. Yes, let me speak. About being emotional. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the colleagues for their work, their dedication. Indeed, we have this important mission because, well, and we undertake it ourselves. Nobody forces us. I'm being emotional because I always demand more. From myself and from everyone around me. I want us to do our best for the sake of our country. Sometimes I'm too emotional, but I apologize for that. Thank you for this, and thank you for inviting to this conference. It's a very important space. And the last nomination, a special one. You know, once when I was 23, 24 years old, I read one of very inspiring investigations, which was published in Zerkalo Tizhnya, Mirror Weekly. It was about Chornomor Naftogaz oil rig platforms, which were the place for embezzlement. Yuri Nikolov was the author of that investigation. Here he is now. So we nominate him for his impact in the development of investigative journalism. He really inspired. And even though you're saying that you're no longer a journalist but a watchdog, we thank you. I'm reading the contracts, these boring Excel sheets. This is what I do. Yuri, you know, you have this biggest sculpture. Next time, when people will be in your apartment knocking at the door, you will have something to hit them with, so you can repel any attack. Friends, honestly, I don't remember the last time I took part in a big journalism conference of this kind. Maybe never. And I appreciate, of course, this is an important occasion, but the most important thing I want to share with all the reporters, my job is not talking to people. I actually don't do these work which you do, but it's very important to have people like me among you. I mean, the more the more you do your job, the less job I will have, but we need both specializations. And this is the end of this conference. This is the second Bucha journalism conference. So, we hope you like it. We announce it closed. So let's give another round of applause to all the speakers for this very intensive conference. See you next year. See you next year on the very same spot with hopefully very positive news. And I appreciate our interpreters, our host Alexander Ostapa, thank you. And Sasha is Bucha's local. This is important, I think, for him especially. Sasha, thank you so much. So, a group photo, a family photo. I would ask MDF and Ukrainska Pravda, please come up here to the stage. Please come up here.